Hello, guys and gals. Let's get started. Let's get started. So, patch notes are going to be coming today. They're not out yet. I know. The stream is up, and since the stream is up, the patch notes must be live, but they're not live yet. But I am anticipating that they will be live, well, within about 20 minutes here. So I wanted to get started a little bit early. Do-do-do. Plus, I need to get my stuff set up here. Patch notes. So, I'm still sick and dying. So, we did get a post from Pez Radar a little while ago. I wanted to bring that up on stream real quick. This is obviously not the patch notes, but he does have some information in here on the patch notes. And, you know, obviously when they come out, we're going to find this out for ourselves. We don't need to, you know, obviously be whatever, blah, blah, blah. Where is it? Ah, okay, here it is. Window capture. So it says, usually we like to keep information in one general area, a blog post, as opposed to splintered over 20 different messages. Reddit forums, it just confuses people if we're splintered. Tomorrow's notes, sorry, that's all unimportant. Tomorrow's notes will be the final notes for 2.6. This was yesterday, obviously, 19 hours ago. They will include Runeword updates, so we're going to get information on what changes they've made to the rune words. Bug fixes, which we did not get in PTR, obviously, and feature updates. So we're going to be getting feature updates, says right there. Say, look, feature updates. Ooh, features. We like features. Features are the best. We want features. Give feature we like for to do. A feature is the best. Things like stacking runes and maybe some more stuff that would be cool, but I don't know. We'll see. I'm just gonna like put this up on the screen. What's gonna be my first character build with the patch? I'm pretty much leaning toward the assassin. I want to try out the new Mosaic claws. I'm hoping that they beef up the claws a little bit though, because they're a little lackluster. I'd like to see the percentage a little bit higher. Everyone always wants a loot filter, and every single time some people say they want a loot filter, I'm gonna be on the other side. I'm like, if there was a river of like loot filterness, and like on the right side of the river is all the people that want the loot filter, and on the left side of the people is the people that don't care. I'm on the left hand side of that filter, Gustavo. I literally couldn't care less about a loot filter. There are so many other things that I would rather have other than a loot filter, like stacking gems and runes, more character slots, more stash tabs, a currency tab. There's literally like so much more that I would rather have than a loot filter. I would trade away my very soul for some of those things, like a freaking currency tab. But if the devil came to me and he was like, if you give me your soul, I'll give you a loot filter, I'll be like, no. It's not even remotely close. Like, what do you want? An ant soul? I'll give you an ant soul for that. Actually, you know what? Ant, keep your soul. Keep your soul, ant. Keep it. Keep your soul. I'm pretty sure we're going to be getting information at the top of the hour. For some reason or another, and this is just like me getting way too comfortable with the way that Blizzard likes to do things. Is they love to do things at 1 p.m. EST, 1 p.m. EST, 1 p.m. EST, 1 p.m. EST, like every single freaking time. 1 p.m. EST, 1 p.m. EST, 1 p.m. EST, 1 p.m. EST, 1 p.m. EST. It's like their lifeblood. They love doing things at 1 p.m. EST. They got like a meeting, like they're all in a room and they got like this big old fucking table in front of them and there's like all these people at the table and they're like, when should we drop the notes? And one guy's like 1 p.m. EST and then the other guy's like, you know what, we should drop it at 1 p.m. EST. And they go all the way down the list and then somebody's like, you know what, maybe we should do it at 2 p.m. EST today instead of 1 p.m. EST. And then they all pick him up and they throw him out the window and then they do it at 1 p.m. EST. Which 1 p.m. EST, by the way, is just what time it is for me. They are in California. All right. They're in California, so it's PST. So if you take 1 p.m. EST to PST, you get 10 a.m. in the morning, right? So that's when they like to do things for some reason. 10 a.m. 10 a.m. PST is for some reason their favorite time in the world. Which is why we're here. Waiting. Waiting not so patiently. Waiting with the patience of Job. Waiting. Hold. Hold. All right, don't forget to hit the like button, guys. I need you guys to hit the like button. Make sure you vote in the poll. Your mother's soul, your father's soul, or your dog's soul. You have to choose one of the souls. If you don't choose a soul, I'll take your soul. So, I mean, there's a choice. You can choose no choice, but I'll still steal your soul. Like that's it. So I'm either I steal your soul, or I steal your mother's soul, or your father's soul, or your dog's soul. And you can choose. You know, you can always get a new dog, but I mean, then you'd have to retrain him and everything, and that's just a pain in the butt. So I don't know. We'll see. I just need souls. All right, I just need souls. I mean, you know what? I'll take some substitution souls, like your hamster soul, your cats. Actually, your cats don't have souls. Um, Dog is only an option if your mother and father were gingers. Okay. Sounds to me like somebody's making a joke. I'm just gonna like be reloading this page like every 5 seconds for looking for the patch notes. I am curious as to what they're going to be doing to the rune words. There are definitely some interesting things that they could be changing with the rune words. Obviously, there were some bugs that were discovered with the metamorphosis rune word, which need to be addressed. Hopefully, they address those obviously before the next do jank. The helmets were woefully lacking, and I'm hoping that they make some meaningful changes to the helmets. Bulwark was good. I mean, I don't think Bulwark needed to be changed, but Cure and like, you know, all the individual helmets that had the individual resistances, they definitely needed a little bit of love. Mosaic needed a higher percentage on the combo. 50% wasn't quite enough. I'm hoping that they brought it up to 66% with two claws. Obviously, they can't bring it up to 100% because if they bring it up to 100%, you're never going to stop. You're just gonna have charges forever. I mean, granted, they don't last very long, and that is a part of the issue is that the charges they only last about like 10, 15 seconds or something like that. So it's not like you really have like ridiculousness going on. Not as ridiculous as it sounds, anyway. Did I remember? Did I remember? Did I remember? I did not remember. I've been on stream this entire time. Totally forgot to do like anything that I'm supposed to do. Gotta turn on my monetization and gotta refresh this page over and over again, looking for patch notes. Close. Close. Sorry, I'm trying to clean up my desktop here. Do you remember? Do you remember? Obviously, once the patch notes drops, we're gonna do a video on 2.6. We're probably also gonna do some videos on the rune words, depending on how they change them. If they made some significant changes to the rune words, we may be going back over them again. Talking about the changes that they've made, whether they're significant or not. This is supposed to be the final notes, so I mean, at the very least, we do know that this is it, right? This is it. Any ETA on news? I'm assuming at 1 o'clock. That's my assumption. 1 p.m. seems to be their go-to time. That's why I'm streaming early. So we got about 10 minutes, I think, till we start. We get something popping up. We got about a 10 minute, unless somebody has links to a version of the notes from a different language, which seems to happen sometimes. My thoughts on Harry Potter? It's fun. It's a very fun game. If you like Harry Potter, you're gonna like Hogwarts Legacy. That's for sure. It's not a Harry Potter game though. There's no Harry Potter in there. Dumbledore's not in there. You know, none of the characters that we know are in there. I mean, Mrs. Weasley's in there. That's about it. She's like the was it deputy headmistress or something? It's very much so like this is Hogwarts, but not the Hogwarts that we know. You know, like in the future. This is like a Hogwarts from the past, so to speak. And it's basically just, you know, just Hogwarts. You are a student there, you know, you have fun, you know, just like all the other students before you go to school, and you do your job and learn stuff, and it's pretty damn cool, and it's literally like being in the movie, I feel like. Even though literally there's no characters there, like you still feel like you're a student at Hogwarts, which is pretty darn cool. I played for 10.5 hours yesterday. I got really far. I had finally unlocked my broom. Yeah, I'm playing it on PC. In fact, once we finish these patch notes and I get all the videos out, I may be going back, playing some more. What's up, DB Hunter? Morbius. Do you remember? No skills on the docket today. We're going to be looking at patch notes. Patch notes is on the docket today. Is the patchest of notes. The noties of the patches. Today we look at notes. And we look at the notes. And we read the notes. And when we're finished reading the notes, we go over the notes again to look for things that we missed. Like a sacred tome of ancient knowledge. When do I expect the new season? They already have stated that it's going to be February 16th, Morbius. They've gone on record and said February 16th is the day. I already put in my vacation time and everything. Because I'm gonna be playing an assassin. A soon assassin. That's assassin soon. I'm gonna play an assassin. I already made a bunch of videos on it. What's up, Mr. Ghostly? A war spear. What is that, Dragon Chang? No, that's the Impaler. The Impala. What's up, pedantic schlepper? We are waiting patiently. Actually, I'm really not patient, but... Hey, a ward. Have any of the launches really been that terrible? I feel like we've been in pretty good shape for most of the launches. Please stop sucking away all my mana today. I don't need it to kill you, so stop doing it. It's really just quite annoying. I don't like seeing my mana globe empty. I don't like it, no, I don't. But it doesn't matter, because I do not care. Because I'll stab you in the face with my weapons. Yes, I will.
I can't carry anymore.
Ghost Spear. 6 socket non-F. Poopies. If Hustle is nerfed. Why would Hustle be nerfed? I'm kind of curious. Why would Hustle be nerfed? I feel like Hustle is one of the safest ones out there. Probably doesn't have any changes to it at all. I mean, if anything, the only thing that I would say that they need to do to Hustle is make it a more useful rune word. As of right now, people look at Hustle and what they see is they see a rune word that is made specifically for pre-buffing. Like, that's what they see. It's a pre-buff rune word. And nobody really wants to use Hustle for any other reason other than pre-buff. And as it is right now, as a pre-buff rune word, it will, of course, be very useful. People are going to use it for pre-buffing. They definitely are. So it's safe. The only thing they can do to Hustle is potentially make it better so that people would actually want to use it as an actual weapon. If they make it a very interesting choice as a weapon. Now that's something, you know, different entirely. Now the armor kind of needs some love, but I don't really know what they can do to the armor to make it better. Oh my god, stop cursing me! I'm just trying to, like, whirlwind around and kill the frickin' evil cursing monsters. Oh no, you killed my mercenary? That is just rude. Look here, Dire Drool the Mad. Damn. Damn. Stop sucking my mana away. Alright, 12:57. Time to start spamming the button. Reload, 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 reload. I'm gonna reload the Blizzard forums as well. Spamming the reload button, that's what we do. Spamming the reload button. Watch it be exactly. They're coming, Butter. We have been promised. It has been foretold. They have let us know. And while you're here, vote on which soul you want to give me. All right. There's a poll going. All right. Your mother's soul, your father's soul, your dog's soul. You know, choose a soul. If you do not vote, you are giving me your soul. All right. So this is important to remember. Also, hit the like button, or else. If you don't hit the like button, I'll take all of the souls. Your soul, your mother's soul, your father's soul, and your dog's soul. I'll just take all of them. I will take all of them. For the measly price of a like, you can save your father and your mother's soul, or your dog's soul, or whatever, whichever soul you want to save. But there's souls that can be saved if you just press the button. They should be dropping any minute now. Any minute now, Harley. Any minute. Any minute. Any minute. Unless they wait till 2 o'clock and they make me look like an idiot. If they do that, I will cry. Oh, there we go. They're up. Up, they're up. Let's go back to, let's get out of here. Let's get escape of this. Nope, get out of the Diablo. Don't need you open no more. We don't need you anymore, Diablo. Alright. We're ready. Let's get this up on the screen so we can see it. And we're going to record this too, because that's what we do. Ba 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 beep ba boop ba ba beep 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 beep. Gotta fit at the screen, do. Gotta do the F11. Ba 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 zoom 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 zoom. Alright, I'm going to record this and we're going to be uploading this separate, by the way. So I'm going to do my intro like I normally do, and then we're going to dive right in. Hello guys and gals, and welcome. So we finally got our 2.6 final patch notes, and according to Pez Radar, these are the final patch notes that we can expect to see on February 16th when the game goes live. Now there's a lot of changes in here, Runeword changes, and apparently there's some feature updates. So let's dive right in, shall we? Diablo 2 Resurrected Ladder Season 3 coming soon. Patch 2.6. That's right. Patch 2.6. You've returned safely. Join us around the campfire, adventurer. The stench of hell grows in intensity. Crazed snarls can be heard from afar. Demons birth straight from your nightmares surge forward toward you. Meet them axe first on February 16th when Ladder Season 3 starts. We have quite a few updates to Diablo 2 Resurrected to share to continue on the more comprehensive look on what is released with Ladder Season 3 Patch 2.6. Our first two ladder seasons for Diablo 2 Resurrected showed how adept your adventurers were at saving Sanctuary, racing to be the first to cement their names on the leaderboard, all the while striking fear into the tormented hearts of the demonic adversaries in the process. Ladder Season 3 will begin on February 16th, ushering in a new opportunity for brave adventurers to race to level 99, amass powerful loot along the way. We cannot wait to see how the 8 new rune words will influence the leaderboard, or hopefully allow new players the opportunity to see their name on it for the first time. We're also introducing changes to the availability of sundering charms, existing rune words, and new heraldric cube recipes. With the start of Ladder Season 3, more information of these can be found in the following sections. Ladder Season 3 launch timing. North America, 5 p.m. PST. Europe, 2 a.m. CET. Asia, 10 a.m. KST. 5 p.m. PST, what is that, like 8 or 9 o'clock? Yeah, it's like 8 p.m. at night, so on the 16th. So February 16th at night, we're going to be gathering. As it was with the previous seasons, Ladder Season 3 will feature 4 different modes. For those new to Ladder Seasons, you might be wondering what happens to your shared stash. So your shared stash is going to become a past shared stash. This is something we've already discussed. Once Ladder Season 2 ends, all ladder characters will be transferred to their respective non-ladder group. All items in that character group's shared stash go into a new withdrawal-only set of shared stash tabs. 8 new rune words. Oh, they did change it. Look, Hustle now has all resistances 10 plus 6 evade. Ooh. Are you kidding me? Dude, they may have just buffed up the melee one a little too. Plus 6 evade as an O skill. I'm assuming it's an O skill. Individually, they are mighty, but when uttered in unison, a greater force is awoken. This is the mystique of rune words. Call upon these archaic forces to transform your ordinary items into wieldable forces of destruction capable of smiting the demonic hordes. We are introducing 8 new rune words for ladder and offline single player. Our intent with introducing these additional rune words in Diablo 2 is to sprinkle a variety into the competitive meta. Bulwark. Bulwark has not been changed. Okay, so Bulwark is still the amazing helmet that it always was, and I didn't expect them to change Bulwark because Bulwark is honestly already really good. Cure now has level 1 cleansing aura when equipped. Wow, okay. That is going to make Cure a very popular helmet. A very popular helmet indeed. Free cleansing aura, for even if it's just level 1, for free cleansing aura is absolutely amazing, and people will actually be using that. They totally 100% will. Ground has not been changed. I didn't really feel like ground needed necessarily to be changed, but they could have added something. Hearth has been given cannot be frozen, which was honestly just something that I don't know how they missed that in the first place. They have this helmet, which is literally supposed to make you like amazingly resistant to cold and everything. And they were just like, oh yeah, let's not put the one obvious thing on there. And so I'm glad they did that. Temper has not been changed. Hustle. The armor has been changed to 65% faster run walk, so they beefed up the run walk. The increased attack speed was beefed up from 20% to 40%, so That is quite a big buff to the armor in general. It has been given +6 evade. Now, I need to look this up real quick because that's pretty crazy. Evade is the one that... Is that the one that when you're... While moving, right? Grants a chance to evade any attack while moving. Yes, so that's the one specifically that gives you a % chance to just simply avoid an attack while you're moving. Now, not standing still. And level 6 evade is going to give you a 40% chance to dodge those attacks while moving. If it is an O skill, there is a good chance that you could beef that up, of course, with plus to skill equipment. I mean, easily most people have around like plus 10, let's say about 10. So you're looking at 54% chance to evade an attack while moving, which is actually extremely powerful. That's, yeah. And then they also threw all resistances 10 on there as well, which is kind of insane. For how much, for what this rune word costs, it's pretty ridiculous. Hustle. 5% chance to cast level 1 burst of speed on striking. So they took it down from level 9 to level 1. Interesting. So it's no longer the same amazing skill. Let me take a look at this real quick. Burst of speed. At level 1, we are looking at a 21% increased attack speed, a 23% increased run walk, and a duration of 2 minutes. 2 minutes is not that much more or less than what it was before, which was like 3 minutes. So, I mean, it's still there. It's just not doing as much as it was before. But then they also gave it level 1 fanaticism aura, which is okay. So now we have a free, easy to get source of fanaticism. Yes, it's level 1 fanaticism, but it's still fanaticism. Let me take a look at this. So level 1 fanaticism is a 14% increased attack speed, 40% increased attack percentage, 50% increased damage, party damage 25%. I mean, honestly, for a co-rune, which is really all that is a co-rune, that is actually kind of nice. Having the ability to just tag on fanaticism on literally any character for a co-rune isn't a terrible option. It goes in any weapon, which means you can throw it on any mercenary. So you can literally have free level 1 fanaticism aura on any merc. Very early on, too. Obviously a hell of a lot cheaper than a beast rune word or a... Hell of a lot cheaper than a beast rune word or a faith bow. Mosaic. They changed it to 50%. Wow. I didn't expect them to go that high. I expected them to go to 33%. I expected them to go to maybe 40%. I didn't expect them to go to 50. So it's going to be 100% with 2 claws. So if you're wearing 2 claws, you're going to have a 100% chance to not consume the effect. That's actually kind of insane. When a finisher is executed this way, it now refreshes the expiration timer of the stack. Wow. So the combo orbs are not going to just disappear. 7% lifesteal was added, 8 to 15% cold skill damage, 8 to 15% lightning skill damage, and 8 to 15% fire skill damage was added. Man, they've really beefed this claw up. Mosaic has literally gone through the roof as far as like its usefulness now. Not only does it have 100% instead of 50%, we're talking about also it refreshes the stacks so that literally you don't have to worry about the combo stacks expiring. So as long as you're attacking, as long as you're fighting, the combo stacks will stay at whatever level you have them set to. That's absolutely insane. That's nuts. Um, Metamorphosis. They increased the bonus to attack rating from 20 to 30%. And they took away the crushing blow from Mark of the Bear. 25% chance of crushing blow, no longer attached to Mark of the Bear. It doesn't say that they removed it. It just says that it's no longer attached to Mark of the Bear, which means that it's now free. I'm not really quite sure I understand that change or why that was necessary. But it looks like the 25% chance of crushing blow is still on Metamorphosis. It's just no longer attached to the Mark of the Bear mark. So the Mark of the Bear now is 25% increased attack speed, physical damage reduced by 20%, but it doesn't include the 25% crushing blow. Then they moved the crushing blow down, so that it's now just a regular part of the helmet, which means you don't need either one of the buffs to obtain it. So Metamorphosis has honestly gotten an increase. That's a buff. A 10% increase in attack rating, and also the crushing blow no longer requires the use of the two buffs to obtain. So definitely a buff there to Metamorphosis. Bulwark, Temper, and Ground, we liked where they were at and opted for no change. Cure. Given Cure's more niche use cases, we opted to strengthen it with the Cleansing Aura. Note that the base poison duration reduction on the item went down, but the addition of Cleansing Aura results in a net buff to poison duration reduction. Hearth. To build on the theme of this runeword, we gave it a bit more oomph to solidify it as a go-to gear option when struggling with enemies who deal with cold damage. Hustle. Most of the feedback we received was around the armor form. The bulk of our focus was to improve that form. We also saw improvements we could make to the weapon form. For the armor, we wanted to add more offensive utility and some defensive stats in the form of all resistances. For the weapon, we wanted to make using it as a primary weapon more attractive option to increase its viability beyond its pre-buff utility. And I said this. I was literally talking about it before the patch notes hit. They basically had a weapon that was a solid pre-buff, but they didn't want a pre-buff item. They didn't want an item that was only for pre-buffing. So they took the weapon and they turned it into something that was more than just simply pre-buff. And I saw that coming a mile away, because usually developers don't like just simply adding in pre-buff items. That's silly. Metamorphosis, we moved in the direction of a slight buff to Metamorphosis. We want this runeword to really compete for best in slot shapeshifter druids. Mosaic. We went all in on increasing the strength of the Mosaic runeword. We wanted to add extra flexibility by increasing the chance to not consume charges from 25% to 50%. So you can either wield one to get that 50% chance, or dual wield for that 100% chance of not consuming charges. We also added an extra effect to how not consuming charges interacts with charge maintenance. The 7 runewords and a handful of Heraldric Cube recipes that were added in Ladder Season 1 can now be used in non-ladder online game modes. Flickering Flame, Mist, Obsession, Pattern, Plague, Unbending Will, and Wisdom. The Heraldric Cube recipes to upgrade set items have been added into non-ladder. And Sundering Charms. Adventurers keep a keen eye toward the floor as you cut through Hell's Legions. Sundering Charms can now drop from fallen foes in all non-classic game modes. So non-ladder now has access to Sunder Charms. Remember that you do have to actually be in a zone that can drop Sunder Charms, the terror zones. On February 15th at 10 a.m. PST, changes to terror zones and a variety of quality of life updates and bug fixes will go live. So patch 2.6 is going to hit us on February 15th at 10 a.m. PST, which is, again, 1 p.m. EST. To spice things up further, we have made changes to the terror zones. Also, terror zones are now available in offline games. Nice. Terror zones are now available for offline players. Congratulations, offline players. You have joined the ranks of the terror zones. Offline terror zones will operate on a different schedule from their online counterpart, but function the same otherwise. Remember, you can now receive Sundering Charms as a drop in offline terror zone games too. The red font text below denotes which new zones may be terrorized or zones that will now be terrorized in unison. Here is a complete list of all the zones that can become terrorized. So Darkwood / Underground Passage. So Underground Passage has been added to Darkwood. Black Marsh and the Hole have been added. The jail has been added to the barracks, so the barracks is now part of the list. Ancient Tunnels has been added separately, so it's not part of Lost City. It's just a separate terror zone. That's nice. I was actually wondering why they never terrorized Ancient Tunnels. I thought that was silly. Great Marsh, nobody is going to be too excited about that one. And Sorceress has been removed. I think everybody is rejoicing that Sorceress was removed from the Terror Zone list. Bloody Foothills, Frigid Highlands, and Abaddon apparently are all at the same time. That's nice. Those are actually all ones that honestly probably should have been at the same time anyway. Grid Drifter Cavern was finally added to Glacial Trail. Pit of Acheron was finally added to Ariat Plateau. Those are great. Developers' notes, our adjustments are focused on adding more variety to the available terror zones and improving the playability of existing zones. We've added some new zones and broadened others and even removed a zone that was generally unpopular with our players. Quality of life updates and bug fixes. Gameplay. Auras from another player or mercenary no longer remove passive bonuses granted by the same skill, such as Flickering Flames resist fire aura from a mercenary overriding a paladin's base resist fire from their own hard points in resist fire. This also fixes an issue where Paladin's Blessed Aim aura would overwrite the attack rating increase granted by Amazon's Penetrate skill. Nice. So they fixed the Blessed Aim Penetrate bug. Hell yes. So that is a win for the Amazon. The Amazon has had this bug for a very long time, and it's a very good thing to see this bug be fixed. Assassin. The Assassin's trap skills now benefit from negative enemy resistance. I don't know how they pulled that one off. But that is absolutely amazing win for the Assassins. Fixed an issue where missiles created from martial arts charge-up skills would not gain the benefit of plus to elemental skill damage modifiers. Interesting. So Assassins got some nice little buffs here across the board. Amazon fixed an issue where Strafe was not applying bonus attack rating to attacks. That's absolutely amazing. Fixed an issue where Strafe was still doing the 75% weapon damage after previous balance change. Fixed an issue where the plus attack rating on Power Strike was not being applied. Fixed the tooltip for multi-shot to reflect the synergy bonus. Sorceress. Cold Mastery is now applied at 1/5 effectiveness after an immunity is broken. So Cold Mastery on the Sorceress has been nerfed. That is a solid 100% nerf for the Cold Sorceress. Let's take a quick look here. At Cold Mastery, and assuming, of course, we have a really beefed up Cold Sorceress. Let's say she's running like level 45 Cold Mastery. Level 45 Cold Mastery is 240%. So applying the penalty to the 240%, so 240% minus 80% is 48%. So we're looking at 48% negative from a maxed out Cold Mastery Sorceress. This means that the Cold Sorceress is no longer going to be the queen. I'm actually kind of surprised to see that they did this, but and not surprised at the same time. It's a really ballsy move, basically. It's something that needed to happen because the Cold Sorceress just kind of took over last season almost completely. And I mean, it still means that Cold Mastery is going to have a very strong effect with the Sunder Charm, but not as strong as it was in the past, and the Cold Sorceress is going to have to actually use some equipment to counter the negative resistance. Things like cold facets and, like, not Rift, but what's the other one? The other cold damage one that has the big negative cold res on it. There's a lot of negative cold res items, actually. Even Doom, if you've got the chutzpahs for it. Fixed an issue where Fire Mastery bonus to fire skill damage didn't apply to the additional fire damage granted by enchant on ranged weapons. What? Fixed an issue where the Fire Mastery bonus to fire skill damage didn't apply to the additional fire damage granted by enchant on ranged weapons. You know what this means? This means that if the Fire Mastery wasn't properly being applied, then the enchant sork, the enchant bow sork, which is something that's actually a thing and been a thing for a very long period of time, was not applying her fire damage properly. And this means that now the enchant bow sork may be extremely powerful, especially if they were never applying their Fire Mastery bonus to their ranged attacks in the first place. Which means that somehow the freaking enchant sork is now going to like be ridiculous. I'm going to have to test that out. That'll be something we put on the list, is test out the enchant sork again. Updated the tooltip for enchant to better reflect the skill's effects. To better reflect the skill's effects. I wonder what that is. Druid fixed an underlying issue that caused the Druid's shockwave skill to do unintended amount of damage. Didn't I tell all you guys? I'm gonna sit right here on my soapbox. I'm gonna sit right here on my soapbox. I told all you guys. Every single one of you guys that came to me was like, "Oh my God, did you hear how amazing Shockwave was? And it does so much damage, and apparently it's a bug, and it does all this damage." And I was like, "Guys, it's a bug. They're gonna fix it. It's a bug. They're going to fix it. It's a bug. They're going to fix it. It's a bug. They're going to fix it." Every single time I told you guys, I said, it's a bug. They're going to fix it. I like, don't build your character around a bug that they're going to fix, because then when they fix the bug, then your character's effed. You gone. All right. It's a bug. It was a bug, and then they were going to fix it, and I knew they were going to fix it, and look, it's fixed. There you go. Congratulations. I've been proven right. Developers note, we wanted to implement targeted changes and buffs for the Druid instead of having a particular Druid build be strong because of a bug. Sky Haley, they deliberately delayed the patch notes so that we could play the Harry Potter game. You know that. You know that's right. That's exactly what freaking Pez Radar was doing. Terror zones. Fixed terrorized treasure classes for certain super unique monsters and bosses. Fixed terrorized treasure. That's a loaded statement, and that one's something we're going to have to frickin' test out. That's something we're going to have to play with. Treasure classes is basically what the monster drops. So according to this, certain super unique monsters and bosses didn't have the correct terrorized treasure class. I mean, I'm assuming that if all this means is that they weren't functioning properly before, and now they are functioning properly, then that's it. We just, then we just go forward from there. Fixed an issue where Act Boss's quest treasure class would sometimes be used instead of the terrorized treasure class. So there was a video a little while ago about some sort of bug. It was like an Andy quest bug or something. And it was like if you quest bug Andy, it ruins her treasure class or something, and it does the wrong thing. So it looks like that's fixed. You don't got to worry about that anymore. Fixed an issue where the current terrorized zone was not properly marked in the waypoint menu using legacy graphics. Fixed an issue where the translations that appear when the pit is a current terrorized zone. Controller. Fixed an issue where skills granted by charges on characters' alternative weapon slot would have their bound hotkeys unusable when loading into the game. Fixed an issue where the loot to cube skill would not function if bound to a shared interaction button. This is where things get spicy. This is where things get really spicy. The general fixes. There's always like hidden crap in here, man. There's always hidden crap. All right. Fixed an issue where pressing the hotkey to open the inventory while loading into the game could cause the inventory UI to appear empty. Fixed an issue where the shared stash could exceed the memory limit, which caused items in the player's inventory or stash to be deleted. Cooley was playing around with that and managed to make quite a few of his items disappear by putting in a huge number of crafted items that had large numbers of modifiers. He was able to exceed the memory limit and cause items to be deleted. This was there was a whole video on this if you want to check it out. So that's something that doesn't happen anymore. Fixed an issue where the tooltip of the lobby season drop down would show inaccurate date. Fixed an issue where the news entries from the leaderboard could display as unknown. New entries, not news. Fixed an issue where applying changes to controls would automatically close the settings menu. Fixed an issue where changes to controls would be immediately applied. Fixed an issue where swapping between keyboard and mouse input and controller input would reset the difficulty filter in the PC lobby games list. Added an appropriate error message when trying to create an online character with a name that is already taken on the player's online character list. The ladder flag in character creation will now be displayed when there is no active ladder season. Fix an issue where with the voiceover line from Tyrael in Chinese. Fix an issue with the Chinese version of Deckard Cain's "Stay a while and listen" voiceover dialogue. Modding. Move the % damage synergy field for multiple shot from Calc 4 to Calc 5. New columns have been added. Developers of existing offline single-player mods can remake their changes with the new data, or they can add the new columns manually before merging. Skills.txt, item use restrict, skill description.txt, item proc text, item proc description line count, states.txt, sunder res negative reduce. So this probably has to do with the fact that they nerfed cold mastery, the Mosaic skill, and a bunch of other new things that were added. Thank you for your continued support. We cannot wait to see you in the great race to level 99 once Ladder Season 3 begins. The Diablo 2 Resurrected team. I mean, let's go back over things, because why not? And we'll talk about these real quick, and then I'm probably going to have to make some videos here. So, first off, let's go down to the new rune words. Bulwark not getting changed was not surprising. Cure getting the level 1 cleansing. Honestly, Cure getting level 1 cleansing is actually very nice. I actually really like that. That will actually make people use Cure. I will probably take a Cure helmet and put it on my mercenary. In fact, I think, honestly, this change has literally made it so that you will probably see a Cure helmet either on you or on your mercenary at some point or another during a gameplay. In fact, more often than not, it may be like the choice, because having the negative curse duration, having the negative poison duration is extremely useful. You can also combine it with the prayer merc, and you can do a triple regeneration aura. So this is something that I don't think a lot of people even thinking of, is I can take a meditation polearm and I can take a cure helmet and I can put it on the hell head and the weapon slot of a mercenary and get the prayer merc. And the prayer has like a regen of like 20, it's like 25 or 20 something like that, right? And then that synergizes to the weapon and to the helmet, which means that now you have 25, 25, 25, and you got a regen of 70, passive regen of what is it, 75? So it's like 75 passive regen that you can just give to everybody, including curse duration, resistance, your mana regeneration, and all that other crap. So it's a lot. Ground not getting changed wasn't surprising. It was one of the stronger of the helmets. Hearth getting cannot be frozen. That was a no-brainer. They should have done that a long time ago. And that will actually make more players probably build a Hearth helmet. Shale Iothel's not too expensive. And if I need some easy, quick, cannot be frozen early on in the game, it might be a good choice. Temper not getting changed wasn't really very surprising, although I did expect them to add like maybe like some maximum fire resistance or something. I felt like that would have helped out a lot. Hustle. So this was a pretty big change, and I think we need to talk about the weapon first. So the first thing that they changed was they wanted to make the weapon into not just a buff stick, and I can understand that. I know a lot of people might be upset about this because they basically have turned it into an active use weapon as opposed to a passive use weapon. Um, and the level 1 fanaticism aura combined with the burst of speed together are still basically the same amount of increased attack speed as it was before. But the problem is that you have to actually use the weapon. And they've taken this into account. You know, they basically gave it more damage output, so it went from 150% enhanced damage up to 200, which means it actually has more actual damage on it now. I could totally see using this on a mercenary at this particular point. Like, if I found a nice ethereal base, I could definitely put that on a merc, get my level 1 fanaticism aura, make myself another one and put it on myself for the burst of speed, which level 1 burst of speed is pretty low. It still is going to give you a pretty significant boost to your run walk and your attack speed. It's just, it only lasts 2 minutes now instead of 3.5, which is not as good. But giving melee characters access to fanaticism, essentially all melee characters access to fanaticism, is not a terrible thing. Fanaticism is one of those things that literally is not easy to get your hands on. If you wanted fanaticism before and you were not a paladin, like if you were a barbarian, a druid, whatever class that you were, whether it be Amazon or whatever, if you wanted fanaticism, the only way to get your hands on it was faith bow mercenary or a beast axe. And you can't put the beast axe on a merc, you have to actually wield it, right? So this honestly gives you another option that actually gives you access to fanaticism easily for literally the price of a rune. And I can see it being used a lot. It's probably going to get used a lot. It may get used more primarily on the mercenary than on the players themselves, but I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I feel like if I was a melee character and I was leveling up, I wouldn't exactly turn down this. Barbarians also have an interesting standpoint with this, is that they can literally stack 2 of them and get level 2 fanaticism more. Also, it does make a very interesting iron golem option. So this is super duper cheap at Shaleco Eld, and I could totally see a necromancer making iron golems out of this to get fanaticism aura for his army easily. This is interesting. I'm not exactly sure why they decided to bring burst of speed down to level 1 though. Level 1 just seems kind of harsh. I don't know. As for the armor, boy, we need to talk about this armor. We need to talk about this armor, okay? We gotta talk about this damn armor. Evade as an O skill is extremely powerful. Evade literally lets you dodge lightning. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, you literally can dodge lightning bolts and all sorts of other crazy stuff. The other interesting thing here that we have to consider is that for any melee character or range character, when you're in there in the thick of it and you run, so during that time period when you are running away from a target, you are vulnerable because your defense goes away and your block chance gets nerfed. So during this very brief period of time when you are moving away from a target, basically you now have the ability to give yourself a protection while you are moving. And the protection while you're moving sounds very interesting. This actually sounds like something that I may have to test out in ad nauseum, because it's kind of crazy. And they buffed up the armor like just nutso level. Like we went from 50% faster roll mark to 65, 20% increased attack speed to 40. So it's closer to a treachery now than it ever was before. 20% faster recovery is also very nice. But then it has the all resistance 10 on there, and then it has +6 evade, which is a huge, huge defensive thing. I mean, defensively, just in general, like +6 evade can be useful to anybody. Doesn't matter if you're a freaking sorceress or a freaking paladin. Like having the evade skill on any character is kind of freaking nuts. That right there kind of seems like an overstep. And I hate to say this because they might end up taking it away or something, but I don't know if they understand exactly what they've unleashed by adding in +6 evade to this armor, because they've created like just some very tanky builds. Let me just say this, some very tanky builds. You will be able to make some very tanky characters. PvP connotations of this are going to be insane. So I'm not a big PvP player myself, but this particular +6 evade is going to have huge repercussions in the PvP community. It might end up being a banned item because basically what it offers is it offers every single player the ability to essentially just simply dodge an attack or an ability, no matter what character you are. So, like, if you're a freaking sorceress, for instance, you can throw this armor on and add in evasion to your, to your repertoire. So that the next time somebody tries to, like telestomp you or something, and you're running away from them, there's a very good chance you can just simply dodge the effect. Just kind of honestly insane. Especially when you consider the fact that evade also dodges things when you're walking. So the only time that the evade doesn't work is when you have to be standing still. So if you're standing still, it doesn't work. But if you're moving at all, if you're walking, if you're running, if you're moving in a direction, it works. It's not going to work for whirlwind because whirlwind technically counts as standing still, and it also is not going to work for leap, because leap is also technically standing still. There's a couple things it won't work for that technically count as movement, but honestly, that's going to have some huge repercussions. And I mean, to be honest with you, this has become like just an amazing piece of armor for melees, barbarians, paladins, druids. I mean, I definitely can see people making this armor and using it on multiple characters. Mercenaries too. The mercenary probably gets some pretty damn good use out of that armor as well. Mosaic. What can we say about Mosaic? Man, they really went all in. They even said it. They were like, we went all in with Mosaic. Dude, they really went all in with Mosaic. Mosaic is now like way better than it was before. At 25% chance, which was what it was before, you could stack two of them, obviously, and you can get a 50% chance to have full uptime on your charges. But now with two claws, you could potentially run 100% uptime on your charges, which means that you're going to be able to spam the same charge over and over and over again, like without end. To give you an idea of what this might look like, I want you to all just imagine in your mind for a minute here. Imagine that I popped up one charge of Phoenix Strike. Now the first charge of Phoenix Strike is a meteor, okay? Now imagine I kick with the kicks in, all right? And I kick 8 times, and I land all 8 kicks because they're guaranteed hits when I have a charge. All right, and I kick 3 times. All right, so I use my ability 3 times, which is 8 times 3, right? So 8, 8, and 8, which is what, 24? 8 plus 8 is 16, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, yeah, 24. So 24 kicks that will all land on the target within that particular time period. Probably takes me all of like, I mean, what does it take for 8 kicks? Probably like a second, 2 seconds, for all 32 or 24 kicks to land. And now imagine 24 meteors landing on the target that I kicked. 24 meteors all coming down in succession. In about 2 seconds, 24 meteors. This is what they've created. It's going to be like absolute spam heaven of abilities. I'm going to be able to like literally spam the same ability multiple times without end. And then here's the beauty of it is that I could do this for multiple abilities. So like I could have 1 charge of Phoenix Strike. I could have 3 charges of Fists of Fire. I could have 3 charges of Claws of Thunder. I could have 3 charges of Blades of Ice, and then I could kick a target 8 times and literally unleash 8 of these attacks that are all going to literally annihilate whatever target it is I'm hitting. Now, in the past, the charges would expire. And this is honestly kind of like a good thing, because when they expired, it made it, even if you did bring it up to 100%, the expiring charges made it so that the charges would eventually leave and you had to rebuild them. But basically how they have it set up is I only have to build the charges 1 time. So I only have to get my configuration. Like imagine, if you will, like I'm cooking myself a meal or something, and once I've got my meal cooked, that's it, and then I just sit down and I eat it. This is basically how they have it set up right now. So I go up, I'm going to attack the monster a certain number of times with each ability. I'm going to build my charges so that I have my meal, and then once I have my meal, essentially every single time I attack, the expiration of the timer stacks will refresh, so that I can maintain exactly the charges that I want to use. And I can just maintain them forever from that point. So I never have to use the charge up abilities again as long as I am attacking. That's actually kind of insane. And this season with the assassin is going to be nuts. And then they also beefed it up a little bit too. They were like, you know what, let's add some more of this and let's do this. And you know what, let's beef it up. So then they threw in 7% lifesteal. They threw in 8 to 15% cold skill damage, 18 to 15% lightning skill damage, and 8 to 15% fire skill damage. And quite honestly, they've created a monster of a weapon here. And I'm going to have a lot of fun with this season. This is it was already going to be my starter. I already chose Assassin as my starter for this season. And this is just going to make my Assassin start like just absolutely insane. And Malgull is not expensive. It's really not. The most difficult thing, honestly, with this claw is going to be finding a claw that has the plus to skills that I actually need. Because without the plus to skills that I actually need, I don't know, I'm not going to be able to like make the perfect claw, right? So I'm going to be hunting. I'm going to be hunting for quite some time for like the perfect claw, +3 Phoenix Strike, maybe like +3 Fade or something like that on there. I'm not exactly sure, but it's definitely going to be something we're going to have to keep our eyes on. Metamorphosis got buffed, so I'm actually pretty surprised about that. I thought Metamorphosis was already pretty powerful, but they threw on an extra 10% attack rating, and then they also separated out the Crushing Blow mechanic so that it just simply is a static buff on the helmet, which is pretty crazy. So 2 buffs to Metamorphosis, but nothing really too crazy there. Just some buffage. Let's see here. This is confirmation, of course, that all of the ladder only stuff from last season will now be in, non-ladder this season. So do keep that in mind. Patch 2.6 is actually going to launch a day early, so we're going to have a chance to play around with patch 2.6 a day early. Just play around with some of the changes and whatnot. We'll probably do some testing or something that day. New terror zones, Underground Passage and Black Martian Hole and Barracks and all that stuff. Honestly, I'm pretty pro on a lot of these changes. I don't think anybody's going to Great Marsh, but I mean, Great Marsh is still probably a better choice than Kuros Sewers. Adding in Abaddon and Pit of Acheron was a very good move. That should have been done a long time ago. And adding Drifter Cavern into Glacial Trail, that also should have been done a long time ago. TZs will be available offline. Yes, they did say that. A lot of bug fixes here. I'm actually pretty impressed with a lot of these bug fixes. They fixed a lot of things that were on people's minds, like, for instance, Flickering Flame overriding the Paladin's Resist Fire. The Blessed Aim aura overriding Amazon's Penetrate skill was a big issue. So now you can actually stack Blessed Aim and Penetrate together, which is pretty amazing. This one right here is a big one for the Assassin, a big win for the Trap Assassins. That little line right there doesn't really seem like a whole lot, but for those of you who play Trap Assassins, that is a huge win for the Trappers. And I didn't even know about this one. The fixed an issue where missiles created from martial arts charge-up skills would not gain the benefit of plus to elemental skill damage modifiers. I did not know that one at all. I'm glad that it's been fixed for the patch where people are going to be playing that particular character. The Amazon got a lot of love here. Fix attack rating issues, strafe issues, power strike attack rating. Even the tooltip for multi-shot got adjusted. I mean, quite a lot here, including obviously the Amazon's Penetrate skill that now works, which I understand why they put it up here because it has to do with the Paladin's Blessed Aim aura, but it is it's interesting that it now works properly. So that's something that you don't have to worry about on the Amazon anymore. Amazon got a lot of love. Sorceress got nerfed. I mean, that right there is straight up a nerf to the Sorceress. I mean, you guys got one season. You guys got one good season playing with the overpowered Cold Mastery Sorceress, and now you don't have it. So, okay. Not really gonna, I don't know. Just, you're just gonna have to deal with it. Play something else. Play something else. The Sorceress got literally to take over the entire ladder last season. It's not that big of a deal. Fixed an issue where the Fire Mastery's bonus to fire skill damage didn't apply to the additional fire damage granted by enchant on ranged weapons. So this is kind of a big one for the enchant Bowsork. The enchant Bowsork is an actual thing, and it works very well. However, this makes me wonder if, well, despite the fact that it worked very well before, well, apparently it was bugged. And the Fire Mastery was not being applied to the enchant on the ranged weapons, which means that when you were using something like Demon Machine on your Sorceress and you had your enchant running, it was decent, but it was bugged. And now that they've fixed it, how much more ridiculous is it going to be now that they fixed it, right? So the enchant Bowsork might be coming back into popularity. Could be very, very interesting. This is a big one for me because I feel like this validates exactly what I'd been saying the entire time to you guys, that the Shockwave skill is bugged and that they were going to fix it. And they did. All right. So for all of you guys and gals out there who built your Shockwave bugged druids, for those of you who followed Macro Bio Boy's stupid bugged video, I'm laughing in your face at this point because I told you so. I literally told you guys. Every single time one of you guys came to me, every single time you guys were like, oh my God, did you hear about Shockwave? Shockwave does so much. And I'm like, dude, they're going to patch it. I'm like, they're going to patch it. I'm like, it's going to be gone. It's a bug and they're going to patch it. Stop. Just don't do this to yourself. You're building a character around a bug skill and they're going to take it away and then you're going to be upset. I'm like, just stop. And they did. And you guys are all probably going to be upset, but I don't care because I told you so. The terrorized zones getting fixed. So apparently there were some issues with treasure class problems with the treasure class issues using their original loot tables and all that other bullcrap. Apparently that's been addressed. So we don't have to worry about the bosses having the wrong treasure classes in the terrorized zones anymore. Do, 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 do. Curious and curious. You know, I didn't see any like big feature in here. Like they said, the Pez Radar said there was going to be a feature, and I don't really see a feature. Like, where's the features? Hmm. Necromancer was ignored, wasn't he? I think that's pretty much it for the patch notes. There's really not a lot more to go over here. Um, I am going to probably continue this live stream and do some more videos on these rune words. I may even create some new mock versions of them for testing purposes. I think that's a good idea, especially with this hustle rune word. We're gonna have to play around with that and see what the hell that's like. Um, Obviously, if you guys want to stick around, or if you are watching this video later, you can check out the live stream and take a look at some of the other stuff that we do today. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we spend 51 minutes looking at the patch notes. And don't go anywhere, because I'm not going anywhere. I'm just ending the recording. All right. So that is the patch notes. I'm going to get that uploaded here real quick. We need to do some testing on some of these items. We need to test out the new Hustle rune word and see how it rolls. I'm gonna make a mock version, and we're gonna play around with it. All right. Do a little copy pasta here, and then we're gonna get started. Which one are you guys the most interested in right off the bat? You guys want to check out the Hustle rune word first? I feel like the Hustle rune word had a lot of changes to it, and that's definitely one that I can mess around with. Boom, 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 boom. Mm-hmm. 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 All right, patchy notes. I'm just gonna go ahead and pop it up there. Throw a basic thumbnail on it and get it rolling. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, we're gonna be checking out the hustle weapon aura. That's one of the things we're gonna be doing. Don't you worry about a thing. Don't you worry about a thing. Cold Sore nerfed. I'm going to put that right on the front. You almost think I'm evil because I'll just like straight up like giggle at stuff like this. It doesn't bother me one way or the other. I don't really play the sorceress that much. I think that's probably why. All right. I'm just going to go ahead and just make this one public as soon as it pops up. I don't even really care. As soon as it finishes uploading, as soon as it finishes doing its thing, go for it. I don't care. Boom, boom, boom. Doom, 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 doom. All right, let me minimize this out of the way here. All right, we're going to play around with Hero Editor for a minute. So I can edit in these changes to the Hustle Runeword. Alright, Babablo. We're gonna do some hustling. Babablo. We're gonna do some bustling. Alright, so here's our mock hustle rune words from before. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and change them to match the new versions. And I'll probably upload these to the thing so you guys can play around with them. All right, so first let's modify the weapon. The peon. All right, so it's 200% increased damage instead of 150. And then, of course, you can have the 15% enhanced on top of that. So we're looking at possibly, if you rolled well, 215% enhanced damage is the maximum that we can go to now. The increased attack speed was. Try to remember here. Hold on. All right, burst of speed is level 1, not level 9. So we're going to change that. And they also added in the fanaticism aura. So we're going to have to add the skill, aura skill when equipped, fanaticism. Level 1, save. Level 1 burst of speed. I still needed to change the proc. Save. They change or add anything else? They did not. So I think that's pretty much it for that. Let's go ahead and delete these. And we're going to change this into the other items so we don't have to worry about it. One of them is going to be ethereal, so we can put that on a mercenary. And then let's also change this to a... You guys are probably going to have some issues with the stream while I'm uploading the patch notes video. Just going to have to deal with it for a minute. Got to get that patch notes video up as fast as possible. Alright, then Ancient sword. Specific ethereal. Alright. We need to edit the number of sockets here. Alright. Alright, now we need to do the armor. Which, honestly, we might as well just throw these away. I'm trying to think whether I should just chuck them. Let's just go ahead and edit the Archon plate real quick. So, the armor was changed by quite a bit, and we're going to have to just, like, mess around with this. So they went from 20% IAS to 40% IAS. That's the first change. 50% faster run walk to 65% faster run walk. That's the second change. They also added all resistances 10, which I can very easily add all resistances. That's super easy. 10%. 10% all resistances is kind of like just a token gesture. The real interesting thing here, which I don't even know if I can pull off, is the evade. O skills. How are O skills normally handled? You know what? Let's pull up an armor that has an O skill, and let's see what category the O skill is in, so that we can do it the same way. So let's just grab an Enigma. It really doesn't matter. Ooh. General edits. Let's see here. Non-class skill is the category that they use. Non-class skill. Interesting. Non-class skill. Evade. Level 6. Save. Alright, so that gives it the level 6, the resistances, the 40% increased attack speed, and the 65% faster run walk. It still has no increase in defense, which is a little odd. Just go ahead and delete the mage plates. These are the ethereal versions. They don't need to be here either. Alright, so we have an ethereal plate. I need to adjust the defense on the ethereal plate. 496 plus 50%. 496 plus 50% is 744. Alright, let's take a look at these in the game and let's see how they behave, shall we? Sorry, I'm just trying to copy them into the Diablo 2 Resurrected directory so that we can actually utilize them. Honestly, Mosaic is pretty powerful. It is actually pretty powerful. Alright, so here we have our mock version. Level 1 Fanaticism Aura, level 1 Burst of Speed, 30% increased attack speed, 215% increased damage. I put level 1 Burst of Speed charges on there too, so we can actually test it out. And here is the armor. Let's just go ahead and throw these in here. Let's bring them over to a character because they can actually test them out. This is a character I actually did want to test this weapon out on. So Frosty Cheek is a character that was deliberately designed to hit like max zeal, but requires Frost of Holy Freeze. So I thought it would be kind of interesting to see how it works on him. Let's just throw this in. Scrap the phase blade. So that gives me level 1 Fanaticism, and it also gives me Burst of Speed. I'm interested to see how that turns out. Of course, these guys are immune to cold, which might not be the best place for me to test this. Let's go to, wow, lots of immune to colds in Canyon of the Magi, too.
Thanks.
I mean, as far as a weapon for speed, if speed is your main concern, I guess technically it is fast. And I should be set to players 8 on this. I am set to players 8. Yeah, let me change this to players 1 for right now. I don't need to test players 8 at this particular moment. Let's get an idea of what this is like in P1. I'm not really quite sure what you're trying to get at. Enjoy stuff. There's no way to have an aura be active when not equipped. There's no pre-buff auras. Like there's no way that you can pre-buff an aura. I don't really think that that's even a thing or has ever been a thing. The only way to have an aura on an item is to have it active use only when you're using it. And that is why I think they changed it that way. Because they said, in a nutshell, that they didn't want people using Hustle only as a pre-buff item. That they didn't want people only using it for its pre-buff ability. And Fanaticism requires you to use the item. I mean, even if you're not using the item, somebody else still has to be using the item. The item has to be on somebody for you to get the effect. Whether it's on a mercenary, whether it's on, you. I mean, and that's one thing that you can do is you can throw it on a merc. So, because obviously you can throw this on just about anything. Let me go grab a barb merc, frenzy barb merc. Let's have some fun with that. I'm trying to think who has a frenzy barb merc just sitting around. I mean, one easy option was literally like a frickin' mercenary with a full army. I mean, a necromancer with a full army. You're running a. You got a necro with a full army. I mean, that's. That's a easy choice for fanaticism. I mean, let's go grab an Act 5 merc.
Can I help you?
Rothgar. Wait, did I grab? I grabbed the wrong one, didn't I? Angst. I mean, give him the weapons. You can hustle. You can have hustle everything. There you go. He's got the hustle armor. He's got the hustle weapons. He's got double fanaticism, which means he's running level 2 fanaticism, by the way, because they stack. That's the way that auras on items work. Is you got two fanaticism auras, so now he's running level 2 fanaticism, which for level 2 fanaticism is what 8-yard radius, 33% party damage, 67% your damage, 18% increased attack speed, and 45% increased attack percentage. And let me just do this. That way I can just watch him fight and don't have to worry about him dying. Of course, stone skin, so completely immune. I know, I'm still doing pretty good damage. I'm very curious about this evade. I want to test out the evade. I mean, that's decent damage. 236, 189 to 236 on the F mythical sword. It's actually not a bad little weapon for a merc. I want to test out the evasion on the paladin. Could be interesting. So if plus to skills affect the evasion, which I think the plus to skills probably do, we're looking at +7, or sorry, level 7 with a Nihilist Charm, level 8 because of Arachnid's Mesh, level 9 because of High Lords, level 10, 11 because of Andario's Visage. So we're looking at level 11 evasion. So if we take a look at evasion real quick, at level 11 we are looking at a 49% chance to avoid basically anything that comes in toward us. Anything. This also gives us a pretty huge manifestor unlock, 40% increased attack speed, a little bit of all res, some dexterity. I mean, overall, it's a pretty solid plate, especially with that evasion on there. Let's go somewhere where there's lots of monsters that are going to try and murder us, and let's run around like a idiot. That is incredibly tanky. I've taken a couple hits here or there running through, but like... I mean, the poison is doing more damage to me than anything. My cleansing aura. I mean, that is exceptionally tanky. Like, yes, I died eventually, but literally I wasn't fighting back. I wasn't doing anything to protect myself. And eventually I did end up losing the rolls, right? But 50% chance to dodge an attack is pretty impressive. And literally, as you could see, I'm literally just running around, not even fighting back, and the monsters are just, they can't touch me. That 50% chance to dodge and avoid and evade an attack is kind of nuts. And you got to think that not only does that work against... It works against the frickin' gloams, too. Like, as long as you're moving, it works against the gloams. I'm literally dodging the gloams. I mean, granted, they still hit me occasionally, as you can see. But as far as, like, survivability goes, that was insanely better on survivability than it was before. I mean, I barely even had to like, worry about the gloams being there. Now, the problem with it is that it doesn't include the ones that are when you're standing still. So as soon as you stop moving, as soon as you stop running, you're going to be in some pretty serious danger. So if I just simply stand here, the evasion skill no longer works. And you can clearly see the evasion skill stops working. Because all of a sudden now I'm just like melting. Like literally I'm running around right now and I'm evading these attacks, right? But as soon as I stop moving, I'm dead. I like the evasion added into the hustle rune word. I really do. I think that's freaking cool as all get out. I mean, the biggest caster of them all got nerfed, so. You know, we should probably do a hustle rune word video. A retake, since hustle has been changed so dramatically. I think that's definitely one that needs to be, like, talked about. Man, I'm just kind of, like, getting my bearings on it, but... Throw that up real quick. These guys are immune to cold, by the way. And cold is my primary damage type. Interesting. Hmm. The paladin screaming like the Amazon. Who knows? Maybe. Maybe. All right, let's get this show on the road. Let's do a video on the new hustle rune word, shall we? I think that sounds like fun. If you guys have never been with me while I do live recordings, just very quickly, I'm going to go over how it goes. I'm going to start my intro. I'm going to hit the record button. I'm going to do the video, and then I'm going to do my outro, and then I'm going to hit the record button again and turn off the recording. And the stream won't be over. That's just the end of the recording. So let's talk about the new dojank here. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Runewords. So we've got quite a few Runeword changes in the 2.6 final patch notes, and these are apparently the final versions of these particular Runewords. Today we're going to be going over the changes to the Runeword Hustle. Hustle has seen probably the most changes out of all of the Runewords, and I feel like we definitely do need to go over them. First off, let's talk about the weapon. Now, the weapon was changed to have higher increased damage from the 150% to 200% total, which of course you can have a 15% enhanced item, so it does go up to 215% enhanced damage now. They decreased the level of burst of speed on striking from level 9 to level 1. Now, it's still very powerful, but it's not as powerful as it was before. This brings the potential buff, I believe it was 44% before, now brings it down to one of the much lower levels, which is 21% increased attack speed. So we've lost about a little over half of the increased attack speed given to us by the burst of speed. The increased run walk went from 51% to 23% increased run walk, and the duration is now only 120 seconds, which is 2 minutes. 2 minutes is still a particularly decent time, especially if you're going to be using the weapon. And the changes, the reason for these changes were given in the patch notes, and they specifically said they didn't want Hustle to only be a pre-buff item. And I kind of understand where they're coming from this, because as it was before, that was pretty much all that I saw it as, is pretty much a pre-buff item. Not a lot of people were going to be using Burst of Speed as their main weapon, and I think that bothered them because they didn't want it to only be a pre-buff item. They also added level 1 Fanaticism aura when equipped, which is a pretty big change, and the level 1 Fanaticism aura is, again, another move to try and force players into more of a active use of the item, again, because they didn't want players to only be using it as a pre-buff. So the Fanaticism aura is, again, there specifically to force the player into actually putting on the item. Now, Fanaticism is something that up until recently has been kind of a rare commodity. If you wanted to get Fanaticism and you were not a paladin that had it natively, there were only 2 specific ways to get your hands on the Fanaticism aura, and that is, number 1, to utilize the Faith Bow, which is a particularly expensive rune word, or number 2, to utilize the Beast Axe, which cannot be put on mercenaries, which means you had to actually self-wield the Beast weapon to get that buff. Now, Fanaticism at level 1 isn't like the most amazing thing in the world, but it will still provide you with a buff of, was it 7.3 yards, 25% increased damage, 50% increased damage to yourself, attack speed of 14% increase, and a 40% attack bonus. I mean, this is going to be to everybody nearby within that 7.3 yard radius, which basically makes this an extremely cheap and an extremely easy way to obtain a Fanaticism aura for your mercenary. So, like, if you're a necromancer, if you are a paladin that doesn't use Fanaticism, maybe you're like a Holy Freeze paladin or Holy Shock paladin or something like that, you know, a druid. There's tons of different characters that can utilize the Fanaticism aura that can do so extremely cheaply, with that only the highest cost of it being a co-rune. And combined together between the Burst of Speed and the Fanaticism aura, it does actually give you a pretty decent amount of skill-based increased attack speed. And this is because we're talking about the combination between the two. So we have the 14% increased attack speed from the aura, and then we also have the burst of speed, which is giving us the 21% increased. So we're looking at a total of, what was that, 35%? 35% skill-based increased attack speed, which is definitely a lot different than regular increased attack speed. All in all, some people are upset about the changes because they would have rather preferred a pre-buff item, and other people are excited about having access to Fanaticism Aura, especially at a lower level. I'm definitely going to see a lot of people utilizing this for the Fanaticism Aura. I honestly can't really see people not. You're probably going to see like mercenaries out the wazoo using this item because it's basically just free fanaticism on characters that would desperately love to have a little bit of fanaticism in their life. Now the armor was also changed, and it was pretty massively changed, and this was one that I am kind of excited about myself. So they upped the faster run walk to 65%. They upped the increased attack speed from 20 to 40. They also gave it an O skill of +6 evade. So if you guys are unaware of what evade is the Amazon ability that allows you to dodge attacks when you are moving or running. Basically, as long as your character is in movement, there is a good chance that you will dodge the attack. Dodge is the one when you are standing still for melee. Avoid is the one if you are standing still for ranged attacks. And with evasion, you can literally dodge anything as long as you are moving. And that does include walking as well as running. So if you are walking like this, you will still obtain the evasion effect. And I did a little bit of testing with this just to kind of see what level it would get to. And since it's an O skill, you can have plus to skill equipment. And relatively easily, you can get it to 50% with just a couple plus to skills here or there. And it makes for a very powerful survival ability added into all the other effects. They also gave it +10 to all resistances, I guess because they figured that all the rest of the things that they gave it weren't enough. And it still has no bonus to defense. Now, I did some testing. I've created this mock version of the Runeword, and I've done some testing to see how well it works. And in a word, it works well. Very well. When you go down here into, say, Worldstone Keep or something like that, and you go down and you start fighting the Gloams or any other number of monsters that have ranged attacks, you can very clearly see the effect. And when you stop moving, which is, of course, a moment when that evasion stops working, because as soon as you cease movement, you lose all the effect, it's very clear that the effect is no longer on you. And let me see if I can find some Gloomies to show you, because they are the best options for this. So if you are moving, as long as you are moving, they cannot really hit you. With a 50% evasion, 50% evasion is pretty darn high. And as you can see, the lightning is really just not touching me. However, if I stand still, you can clearly see that the lightning is now affecting me. And this is because I'm no longer moving. However, as long as I am moving, I can dodge the effects. And this is very interesting from a lot of standpoints, including PvP, because it could potentially allow for PvP characters to obtain the ability to dodge spells, which is one of the most amazing things about the evasion ability, is the ability to dodge spells. For relatively cheap at a co-rune. You can put this armor on, gain 65% faster run walk, 40% increased attack speed, 20% faster recovery, dexterity, all resistances, and then, amazingly enough, +6 evasion, which is going to be just absolutely sick. I honestly think this armor is going to be pretty popular, even if it's just to throw it on a mercenary or something like that, because the evasion will also probably work on the mercenary, and will probably also keep him alive as he's meandering around and running from place to place. Overall, it kind of shores up a lot of the problems with melee characters, is that they generally are extremely weak when they're moving. So, it's kind of hard to explain this to people who don't already know this. So if you don't already know this, let me go over the basics. Your defense and your block chance are very beautiful, pretty numbers. However, when you run, notice how it goes to line. This, during the process of your running, you literally ruin your block chance and you ruin your defense. So monsters can generally hit you extremely easy while you are in movement. What this armor does, which is something that is actually kind of crazy, is it kind of shores up this problem. Because while you are moving, you will have the evasion ability. And while you are moving, you will not have to worry that much about getting beat down because your block and your defense have been taken away. And this is very interesting because then while you are standing still, your block and your defense come back, which essentially makes it so that you can defend yourself. So you, by wearing this armor as a melee character, you are essentially shoring up one of the biggest weaknesses of the character, which is just simply having the ability to, not worry about running during combat. If I'm out here and I'm fighting things, for instance, if I go down here, I can just start attacking things. And when I'm standing still, there's a very good chance that my defense will block the attacks. That my shield will block the attacks. And when I move to come in and actually attack the targets, I'm protected by the evasion ability now. Because now I have two different ways so that I can protect myself. Now, granted, it's not always going to protect you at a 50% chance. There's still obviously, 8% chance that something will make through. But 50% chance is still a pretty good block chance. Evasion chance. Overall, the changes to Hustle have been pretty dramatic. And I'm not really sure if I think that the change to the weapon was necessarily a good one or a bad one, but it is a change. And I think it takes it away from the pre-buff mentality. A lot of people, I feel like, were pretty much just going to use the original Hustle weapon as a pre-buff weapon, and they had no other intention of using that weapon in any way, shape, or form other than a pre-buff. And they've taken it completely away from the pre-buff category. It is no longer a pre-buff item. You could potentially still utilize it for some minor pre-buffing with the level 1 burst of speed, but it's nowhere near as powerful as the level 9 that we had earlier, and has turned it more into a weapon that you may actually see people wielding, that you may actually see people putting on mercenaries, and in general actually using, so it could be very interesting. I'm interested to hear what you guys think about the changes to the Hustle Runeword, though, because it definitely does have some of the craziest changes on the list. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're just hustling along, and keep watching. Alright, so Hustle Runeword, we got that out of the way. Bink. I kind of want to redo the Mosaic Runeword as well. Not really sure how the hell I'm going to do that. One thing I could do is pull up PTR. I doubt, or seriously doubt, the PTR has the changes in it, but at least I'll be able to actually look at the Runeword. Alright. She's a mean one. Mr. Grinch. With a Swedish man. Bombadeen da dee da doo da doo da dee da dee. Bye bye. Oh. Alright, we're probably going to have to bring up the patch notes for this one, because there is so much changed with this particular rune word. Alright. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Rune Words. Today we're going to be looking at the new and improved version of Mosaic, which has changed, by the way. This is the original version of Mosaic that they had before the changes. It's 25% for finishing moves to consume charges. Had the 3 to 14 cold damage and some other interesting things on there. They changed it. They really changed it. And so I'm going to have to take you over to the patch notes here. And we're going to be talking about the patch notes here with the changes that they've made. So the first thing that they changed, which is a pretty redonkulously huge one, is they changed the 25% chance for finishing moves not to consume charges to 50%. Now, they already had confirmed to us that wearing 2 claws would allow the effect to stack, and having 250% charges on does, in fact, bring it to 100% chance to not consume finishing charges. This means that when you are utilizing the mosaics together in sequence, you now will not burn any combo charges at all. In fact, you can maintain the same combo charges no matter what. So, like, let's say, for instance, I was, to build a specific set of charges. Like, maybe I built 2 Phoenix Strike charges so that I had the Chain Lightning. Maybe I did 3, Claws of Thunder, and did like 3 Blades of Ice, and so forth and so on, and 3 Fists of Fire, so that I have 3, 3, 3, 1, or 3, 3, 3, 2, or 3, 3, 3, 3, or whatever it is that I'm looking at. I could potentially just simply continually unleash that charge stack forever. Now, I had originally thought about this, and I was like, well, it wouldn't be forever, because the combo orbs do eventually expire. They expire after about 15 seconds. And then they added in this line. When a finisher is executed this way, it now refreshes the expiration timer of the stack, which means that the combo orbs will no longer expire as long as you're attacking. So if you build a specific set of orbs, like for instance you build a 3-3-3-1 or a 3-3-3-2 or something like that, or whatever it is specifically that you're building, you will not run out of those orbs as long as you are attacking, which means that they are going to continually stay on your character until you finish beating the ever-loving crap of whatever monster is that you're beating, which makes this like almost completely insane in terms of the way that it is going to affect the way a martial arts sin is built. Then they also added in some other stuff in here, as if that wasn't enough. They also added in 7% lifesteal, which was not there before, 8 to 15% cold skill damage, 8 to 15% lightning skill damage, and 8 to 15% fire skill damage, all added in just like literally to make this even more powerful in terms of this particular character. And that's not all, because down here they also made some changes to the assassin. And this has taken the assassin a little bit higher. So they said that they had fixed an issue where missiles created from martial arts charge-up skills would not gain the benefit of plus to elemental skill damage modifiers, which means that now, unlike before, things like, Nightwing's Veil that have plus cold skill damage, or, fire, lightning, cold facets that have plus cold skill, fire skill, and lightning skill damage, and things like that. Apparently, they weren't working with martial art charges before, and now they are. They've also now made it so that the assassin trap skills benefit from negative enemy resistance, which means that you could potentially build a negative lightning damage build specifically around Mosaic. Say, for instance, building the lightning portion of Phoenix Strike, the lightning Claws of Thunder, and then going with the lightning traps and putting on things like Griffin's Eye Diadem and lightning facets and whatnot to enhance your lightning prowess and enhance both aspects, the lightning traps and also the lightning martial arts skills as well, and could make some sort of crazy combo ability, especially considering that it has lightning skill damage on it. And with the proper claw that has +3 Phoenix, maybe +3 to specific skills that you're looking for, it could be very, very interesting. As far as the changes to Mosaic goes, they're pretty drastic. I feel like when they first started with this Runeword, they were like, hey, let's make something cool that the martial arts assassin can use. And then now they're just like, you know what? Let's go all in. Let's see how cool this will look if we let it go the whole way. If we put it at 100%, if we really dig into the martial arts sin and see if we can make her into like the craziest character ever. And just to give you an idea, let's go take a look at what the current 50%. So this is what 50% is. So this would essentially be the equivalent of one claw, not both claws. And I'm going to show you what that looks like on this Sin, because she's pretty crazy. Let me go ahead and beef up her doujinks here. And, yep, okay, that works just fine. Let's go ahead and grab our finisher, which is we're going to use our kick here. And, I'm going to give you an idea of what this looks like when you have all of these abilities going off basically at the same time. And go ahead and grab this. So what you would potentially be able to do is build up your charges in advance. And keep them up. So once you utilize one of these charges, it's going to look something like that. And you're going to see tons of meteors coming down and all this other crazy stuff. But as you can see, my charges are gone, so I've burned them all. But the thing is that with the 100% that they're offering you and also the ability to reset the timers, you're going to have these charges all the time. So these charges are just going to be floating around your character all the time. And every monster that you hit, every single time you apply a finisher to a target, it's going to have this craziness. Every single time. And this is going to make for some absolutely insane builds. This is one of the characters that I had already decided to start as when they came out with the Mosaic Runeword. And honestly, now that they're making it even more interesting, it definitely is the one that I'm going to be going with. Malgulthul is extremely cheap, by the way. I can't even, like, that is not an expensive Runeword, like, by any stretch of the imagination. So making 2 of them for a martial arts sin is going to be extremely easy, and also rolling them to hopefully get the perfect version. And looking for the perfect claw, which you would eventually maybe make another one. There's going to be a lot of these Mosaic claws floating around, I can imagine. Overall, I'm kind of impressed with the direction that they went with this. It's very ballsy. It's very much so like, hey, this is what we want to see. We want to play around with this. We want to have some fun with it. Let's check it out. Only thing that I would caution you guys is it's going to be pretty hard on your computers. Let me just say it is going to be pretty rough on your computers. You're going to be spamming tons and tons and tons of effects on the screen all the time. You're going to be spamming fire, ice, lightning, novas, charged bolts, chaos ice bolts, chain lightning, meteors, fire, ice, lightning, just constantly coming out in every direction, all over the place. Don't be surprised if you're in a game with one of these characters and somebody asks you to leave because their computer lit on fire. I mean, granted, they're going to be leaving soon anyway because their computer probably already lit on fire. But um, you can always switch to the old graphics and do it in the old graphics. It'll look really pretty, guys. I mean, they didn't tell us this was going to be the old graphics patch, but that's for some of you guys, this very well might be the old graphics patch. So this is where you get to return to your roots and have some fun playing the old version of the game. Yeah, and get in there and just that way when you use all your crazy abilities, you don't have to worry about them lagging you up or nothing. There is one thing that I think we need to talk about, though, when it comes to the way that they have the new Mosaic Runeword set up. So I do feel like this is important. So Phoenix Strike has always been an ability that has allowed you to utilize, say, Meteor, Chain Lightning, or Chaos Ice Bolt on a specific charge. And this has always been an issue because if you wanted to spam that specific ability, it was very difficult. However, now that you can choose the number of charges and the charges do not disappear, you can potentially choose the number of charges that you want for Phoenix Strike and spam that ability with ridiculous, like, I can't even explain it. How can I explain this to make it sound insane the way that I see it in my head? So right now you see that I can have one charge of Meteor, right? So if I go up to this monster, I attack one time, so I have one charge of Phoenix Strike, okay? And I kick this monster. I will either do one charge of Meteor, or I will, burn that charge. Maybe I'll burn it twice or three times. But with a 100% chance not to burn the charge, and with an ability like this that kicks 5 times, I will potentially use 5 meteors every single time I kick. So I can potentially take the meteor ability, for instance, and I can just spam meteors on a target to the point of ridiculousness. In fact, this particular ability goes up to 8 kicks, okay? So imagine, if you will, that I spam 8 meteors per Dragon Talon, and I can potentially Dragon Talon 3 times in 2 seconds. That's a total of 24 meteors that are going to be hitting a target within 2 seconds. Okay? 24 meteors in 2 seconds. And if I continue that chain, if I just continue to spam that ability over and over and over again, nothing will stop me from spamming meteors. I can continually spam meteors for eternity until that monster is literally obliterated off the face of the planet, to the point where I'm literally casting 3,000 meteors on a target. And you start to see how ridiculous that is. One thing in particular that's really got me is the Chaos Lightning. So the Chain Lightning. The Chain Lightning that Phoenix Strike has is pretty insane. It's always been one of my favorite abilities. And if you go anywhere and you play around with the Chaos Lightning, or the Chain Lightning that's in this, it gets kind of nuts. And if you combine it with Claws of Thunder, and let's do this real quick just so I can show you. Let me grab these guys to the side for the moment. So we need 2 charges of Phoenix, and then we're going to build up 3 charges of the Lightning. And I want you to see what this looks like. Right? So that was just simply 1 kick. Alright? Now, imagine that spammed, like, 24, 30, 60, 64 times. Imagine that spammed over and over and over again, just to the point of absolute absurdity. I mean, everything on the screen would die. Everything. There wouldn't be anything left on the screen. And you could potentially build that just... I don't even know. Like, I feel like the potential that it has is pretty amazing, and I see what they're trying to do, but I'm also scared that it might be just way too powerful, and also crash computers. Who knows? Anyway, I think that's pretty much it for the new Mosaic Runeword. Let me know what you guys think about the changes to Mosaic. Do you like it? Do you hate it? Do you think it's going to be broken? Like, are you excited about it? You know, let me know down in the comments. As always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. Alright. That's the Mosaic Runeword out of the way. Let us. Honestly, yeah, it might just take over Titan's Revenge or the Lightning Fury for the cows. There is a possibility, yeah, because of the way that it works and how quickly you can apply the lightning damage. I don't know. There is a little bit of a next hit delay going on, so it might not be like as instantaneous, but it definitely would kill huge swaths of cows with relative ease, especially when you combine it with something like Infinity, Griffin's Eye Diadem, various other things that have negative enemy lightning resistance. Definitely could have some very strong effects in general. Alright, so what else do we want to go over in terms of these rune words? Metamorphosis had some very minor changes. I don't really feel like we really super need to go over that one. I do feel like Cure needs to be revisited. Let's go ahead and make a new version of Cure that adds in the level 1 cleansing aura. I feel like that is important, so let me just go ahead and grab my Cure character that was already set up anyway. And let's just go ahead and add in the cleansing aura. So, magic. The poison length reduction was reduced to 50%. And then aura when equipped. Alright. What was my overall thoughts of Hogwarts Legacy? It's pretty fun. It's very fun. It's like a Hogwarts version or a Harry Potter version of Skyrim. I could totally see myself getting lost in it. Absolutely lost. I'd be playing it right now if it wasn't for the patch notes. I mean, not that I don't love patch notes. My little patch notes. Ba-da-da-da-da. Lovely little patch notes. La-la-la-la-la. I love you. No, lovely little batch. No, I love you. How did Metamorphosis, like, I don't know. Metamorphosis was funny because people were like, "Oh, it's gonna give me like a +8 shockwave," and I'm like, "Oh, you guys."
Good day. Well, where can I take you?
All right, I didn't actually fix those. I only fixed these. Pink, pink. Can I try the hustle armor on a whirlwind barb? Why do I need to try the hustle armor on a whirlwind barb? Are you trying to see if the % chance to proc the effect works with whirlwind? Because it doesn't. It will not work with whirlwind. No. It does not work with whirlwind. Proc effects do not work with whirlwind. You have to actually hit the target. The evade will not work with whirlwind either. Whirlwind is technically considered standing still. Defense and block chance both remain while you are in the whirlwind state. Whirlwind is considered to be a standing still ability.
I'll put that to good use.
I don't need to test it because I already know. I don't need to test it because I already know. Cody, stop doing weird stuff. You're so bored. Always bored. Your whole life is boredom. I know. Your whole life, you're so bored. Oh no. He said, I can't look out the window. I will make you a way to look out the window. Just, maybe we'll bring the stairs in here. You want to bring the stairs in here so you can climb up the stairs and look out the window? We'll do it. So you can stare. You can be nosy. I know you just want to be nosy. You love being nosy. Nosy. That Cody caught me off guard. That's right, I got you, Cody. Alright, let's take a look at this rune word. Let's do a quick video on cleansing and we'll talk about it. Wow 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 wow. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Rune Words. So we just got 2.6 patch notes, and they have changed quite a few of the rune words. Specifically, well, some for the better. One in particular that they have done a pretty big roundabout turn on is the Cure rune word. No, this is not the Cure rune word because this is a mock version of the Cure rune word. Now, the Cure rune word was slightly changed by reducing the poison length reduction from 75% to 50, and then they also added level 1 cleansing aura to it, which is pretty impressive. Cleansing is honestly very powerful in the world of Diablo, and it has to do with the fact that, well, there's just so many monsters that are trying to poison you, curse you, and just in general, just not make your life very good. Now, at level 1, it has a radius of 10.6 yards, and it has a curse length duration reduction of 39%, which is still a pretty decent level percentage. And that also applies to poisons as well. So it will give you some pretty nice protection versus poison and curses. Now, another interesting side effect that they created with this, which I don't even know if they know that they did this, is that the prayer ability actually synergizes with cleansing. Okay, so prayer offers a heal bonus depending on what level it is. In the case of my mercenary, it is currently 25 points. So it has a replenish life of 25 that is added to basically everybody nearby. The meditation aura synergizes with prayer and adds that regeneration to it. And cleansing also synergizes with prayer and adds that regeneration to it. Having cleansing on a helmet means that for the first time ever, you can now have a tri-regen mercenary, something that is pretty darn cool. So how do you achieve this? Well, basically what you do is you get yourself a prayer merc, and you beef up the prayer merc's HP regeneration as high as you can. Currently, he's at 25, as I said before. Then what you do is you throw a meditation polearm on him, the insight. Meditation now gives him a 25 regen here and a 25 regen here for a total of 50. Then you throw on the new cleansing cure helmet, which is going to give him the cleansing aura, which is going to give him a third regen, which is going to be another 25, which is going to bring him up to a total of 75 replenished life for the totalis here, which is actually kind of insane. So now when I go outside and I'm playing around, fighting monsters or whatever, he's going to have some pretty stupid, crazy amounts of regen that he's adding to me. And I just basically can just stand here and not even worry about most stuff because he's just going to make it all make the boo-boos all better. He's going to make the boo-boos better. It's interesting. It's not exactly the most optimal setup for a mercenary, especially if you're going for something specific like Infinity or whatever. But having a tri-regen mercenary is certainly very cool. It offers everybody around you, by the way, that is in range, of course, of the auras coming off of your mercenary, the ability to have this triple regeneration, which includes, of course, also the ability to remove curses much better with that level 1 cleansing aura is going to help with the curses tremendously. And not only is this going to help everyone around you, it's also going to help your mercenary not die, because the less your mercenary is cursed, the less he dies. The less your mercenary is poisoned, the less he dies. And all for the low price of an IO rune, which is dirt cheap. I think we're going to see a lot of people with some cure helmets on mercenaries specifically just to get that cleansing aura. Now, as you can see, unfortunately, at level 1, it does have a rather short range, so if I run too far away from my my ally here, it does disappear. But as long as I'm within range of him, I should be fine. I mean, he does run out of range every now and then, and as long as we're fighting monsters together side by side, it really doesn't seem to matter. I'll punch you in the face. I will punch you right in the face. Come here. Come here. Punch you. Come here and I'll punch you right in the face. I got Wolverine levels of regeneration. I don't care about you. I am regenerating so fast. I could probably just stand here, to be honest. Some pretty sick regeneration. Anyway, I thought I'd give you a quick update on the Cure Runeword. It definitely has a change that is worth noting. As always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. It does stack like that, Richard. I've tested it. The highest in the party takes precedent, but the highest in the party is him. He is the highest in the party. And it stacks by going on to each aura. It literally says right here, as you can see, prayer, 14 life healed every 2 seconds. Prayer, 14 life healed every 2 seconds. Prayer, 14 life healed every 2 seconds. It's on every single one, and it does actually stack. I've tested it on a character called Badgerine of the Starmen, which is not to be confused with Wolverine of the X-Men. And I was able to get his regeneration rate up to a ridiculously high level to completely counter even the poison coming from frickin' Lilith, which was insane. The bigger deal is a support paladin with tri-regen. Yes, you could also do a support paladin with tri-regen. Although cleansing sword, I think, would be a better choice there. The plague sword, which is going to give you a much higher level. It's not, well, I mean, technically you could run meditation. The only problem is you can't really run prayer because it burns mana. See, that's one of the ways that you know that it stacks, because the regeneration that comes from prayer requires mana. And when you're running it, it actually burns mana to regenerate your health, which is terrible. Your mana will just constantly fall. However, when you are using cleansing and meditation, you get the regeneration without the mana burn, which is... I don't know why prayer does it and cleansing and meditation don't. But, I mean, I guess if you're running meditation, you don't really have to worry about the mana burn anyway. Let's see here. We should probably do a recap video. Like, quick recap. I don't even know if I could do a quick recap. Or highlights. I could do a highlights video. What do we do for highlights? We could do a highlights reel. Let's do a highlights reel. Some people like quick videos. They want everything real fast. Clickety clickety clackety. This is a big deal patch. It's a big old jiggle. It's a big old jiggly. A big old jiggle-ligger. A big old jiggly. It's a big old jiggly jello mold of justice. A big old jello mold of justice. Dang it. It didn't hit the record button fast enough. Hello guys and gals, and welcome. So I wanted to do a quick recap, kind of like highlight video on the patch notes. So buckle up, because we're going to run through everything really fast, and I'm going to see if I can get you to up to date on 2.6 and some of the crazy changes that are in here. First off, let's go over the rune words. So we're going to go over them really quickly. And that is, first off, they added cleansing aura to the cure helmet, which is pretty powerful and has a lot of interesting repercussions. I think we're going to see a lot of people using that helmet now. They did not touch ground. They did add cannot be frozen to the hearth helmet. They did not touch the temper helmet. They did some sweeping changes to the hustle rune word, both in its armor form and in its weapon form. The armor form had 65% run walk, 40% increased attack speed, and all resistances 10 added to it, as well as a +6 evade O skill, which, if you're not aware, is the Amazon skill that allows you to dodge not only melee and ranged attacks, but also spells while moving. And this allows you to get a pretty decent level of evade, up to about 50% evasion with relative ease, which has put the hustle armor in a very interesting position as far as melee and ranged characters, because it offers some just pretty sexy options there in terms of survivability. And the evasion O skill also is probably going to have some pretty wide sweeping effects on the PvP community. The weapon has been changed pretty dramatically to change it from a buff stick into something that you would actually want to put on a character. And what they've done is they reduced the level of burst of speed on striking because they did not like that people were only going to use it as a buff stick. And they added in level 1 fanaticism aura as well, so that now it has fanaticism and level 1 burst of speed on striking together. Which is a very interesting way to change the weapon. This, of course, changes it into a weapon that we will probably see a lot on mercenaries, as well as players, for the free fanaticism aura. As of right now, there's only 2 ways to get your hands on fanaticism aura, which is the faith bow or the beast axe, and neither of which are particularly cheap. But this one, coming in at a co-rune, offers literally fanaticism aura for the dirt cheap price of a co-rune. It's rather interesting. They also upped the enhanced damage from 150% to 200, so to make it a little bit more of an interesting choice as far as a weapon goes. I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of these on mercenaries, and it actually works out pretty nicely on a player too, although that +6 evade on the hustle armor is rather sexy. The Mosaic Runeword has seen some pretty sweeping changes as well. Most notably is the change from 25% chance for finishing moves not to consume charges to 50, which means that we can now reach 100% with the 2. Also, they've added in when a finisher is executed in this way, it now refreshes the expiration timer of the stack of combo charges, which means that the combo charges will no longer expire. On top of this, they also added in some other juicy tidbits like lifesteal, cold skill, lightning skill, and fire skill damage from 8 to 15%, which is pretty darn cool. The Metamorphosis Werewolf helmet didn't really get very many changes. They did increase the attack rating on the Mark of the Wolf from 20 to 30%, and they also, for some reason, separated the Crushing Blow out so that it's no longer attached to the Mark of the Bear. Apparently, it's just flat on the helmet. So not a nerf in any way, just simply changed it so that it's no longer attached to the Mark of the Bear buff. As far as the rune words go, that's pretty much it. They did, in fact, confirm that all of the ladder stuff from last season would be available for the non-ladder players. Also, they did confirm that offline characters will have access to Terror Zones and Sundered Charms now, which is coming in 2.6. We will have a day to test this stuff out before ladder resets, because the patch will be hitting on the 15th and not the 16th, which is when the game starts. They have added in some new terror zones, the Underground Passage, Black Marsh, the Hole, the Barracks, Ancient Tunnels, Great Marsh. They took away Corral Sewers, because everybody hated it, Frigid Highlands, Abaddon, Drifter Cavern, and Pit of Acheron. As far as gameplay bugs and fixes, they've got quite a few really interesting ones in here, so pay attention. First off, they changed it so that the Flickering Flames resist fire aura no longer overwrites the Paladin's base resistance. They also fixed the Paladin's Blessed Aim aura from overriding the Amazon Penetrate skill, so big their buff there to the Amazons. The Assassins got a huge buff in the form of the Trap skills will now benefit from negative enemy lightning resistance, or fire resistance, depending on which trap you're using. Fixed an issue where missiles created from martial arts charge-up skills would not be gaining the benefit of the plus to elemental skill damage modifiers. That's a big one for the Mosaic Runeword. And the Amazon saw probably the most sweeping changes here, which is Strafe was finally fixed so that the attack rating works with it. The Strafe weapon damage was finally fixed so that now that it actually does its correct damage output. The attack rating on Power Strike was fixed, and also Multi-Shot now has an updated tooltip. Sorceress got a pretty big buff and a pretty big nerf at the same time. Number one, Cold Mastery is now applied at 1/5 effectiveness after an immunity is broken. This means that even if you have something like 240% Cold Mastery versus a monster that was immune, despite them being broken, it will now only deal out 20% of its total effectiveness, which means that, like, for instance, if you had 240% Cold Mastery, it would be something like 48% negative to the monster, which is still a pretty impressive amount of negative resistance, and very much so could help you kill the target, but it's not going to be as crazily overpowered as it was before, which is where you had cold sorceresses running around breaking everything down to negative 100%. So cold sorceresses have seen their day in the sun, and it looks like their day in the sun is over. This other thing that is a buff was they fixed an issue where Fire Mastery's bonus to the fire skill damage didn't apply to the additional fire damage granted by enchant on ranged weapons. So there is a specific build for the sorceress known as the enchant bowsork, usually using something like Kuko Kashaku or Demon Machine at crossbow. And what you would do is you enchant yourself and spread this fire damage through the exploding arrow skill to do massive amounts of AoE damage. The problem with this is that apparently Fire Mastery was never applying its bonus to the fire damage that was being added by enchant to the bow. Which means that those enchant bowsorks are now basically getting a huge buff. Now that Fire Mastery is actually going to be applied to those effects, that means that the enchant bowsork may actually be overpowered at this point, because she was always particularly good. She was always decent. She wasn't like end-all, be-all like ridiculousness, but she could very easily handle herself. And now that they fixed this, who knows exactly how high her damage is going to go. Because if Fire Mastery wasn't working before, and now it is, we're talking about multiple times more damage than she had before. We're talking about like in excess of 2 to 3, maybe even 4 times the damage output that she currently has. Another big change is the Druid. The Druid Shockwave skill was in fact a bug, as I had always maintained, and they have fixed it. And they even put a note here. They said, we wanted to implement targeted changes and buffs for the Druid instead of having a particular Druid build be strong because of a bug. And unfortunately, Shockwave was in fact bugged, and now it is fixed in 2.6. So for those of you who have built Shockwave Druids, I'm sorry, but they're not going to be worth a whole lot after this patch. So you might want to think about what you want to do with your Shockwave Druid after 2.6 hits. They also fixed a lot of various bugs. For instance, there was a bug with Andariel. If she had been quest bug, she was not giving the correct treasure class in the Terror Zone. That has been fixed, and they fixed various act bosses and quest treasure classes for a lot of monsters throughout Terror Zones. So it looks like any of the bugs that we have seen in the past involving the monsters not dropping the correct items because their Terror Zone treasure class wasn't being updated has been fixed, which is good. A lot of various bug fixes here, nothing too amazing in this section. And there was some modding changes, of course, because we do have quite a few changes to the way that skills are working. So the mod scene is going to have to update some of their files. They've gone over what it is that you're going to have to update to make sure that your mods are still compatible with the game. And overall, that's pretty much it. I managed to cover everything in about 10 minutes. Look at me. My videos are usually much longer than this. I will have updated and more detailed videos on a lot of this stuff. I've already actually made a video on the Cure. I've made a video on Hustle, and I've also already made a video on Mosaic. And those will be up eventually. There is a timing here for Season 3 launch. If you are looking to, schedule it out, it is going to be February 16th at 5 p.m. PST, February 17th at 2 a.m. CET for Europe, and February 17th at 10 a.m. KST for Asia. So keep that in mind if you're looking forward to getting in as soon as humanly possible, which we, of course, will be in the GGM clan. I think it's pretty much everything. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when it's just patch highlights. And as always, keep watching. Alright, so now we got patch highlights. Video is finished. Man, I'm really trying to, like, picture in my mind, like, what's going to happen with this patch, but there's just so much going on. I recently did a video, by the way. I'm not sure if you guys saw my attack rating video. And in the attack rating video, I talked about the blessed aim bug. And the blessed aim bug is no longer a thing. And I talked about the strafe not getting access to its attack rating, and apparently they've fixed that as well. And you know, it's great that the Amazon has gotten these fixes. I mean, granted, this is not a patch specifically pointed at the Amazon, but seeing the Amazon get a lot of their attack rating issues solved is a very good thing. The sorceress being dethroned, literally dethroned as #1 with that ridiculousness that happened last season. I honestly, I saw that coming a mile away. I mean, I didn't expect them to actually do it because I know people absolutely love the sorceress, and it's like their baby, and they literally pet their baby's head and literally like sing the song, "My baby loving you." But like, I didn't expect them to actually go through with it. Like, I knew it needed to be done, and I knew they were going to do it, but I just didn't know if they had the balls to actually like hit the button. And they've proved that they do indeed have the balls to hit the button. The assassin getting the negative resistance on her traps, like, you don't know how many times I've heard people complain to me that the assassin doesn't have the ability to utilize negative resistance on her traps. Like, she doesn't have the ability. I can't use Crescent Moon. I can't use this. I can't use that. Blah blah blah. It's like it's been a nightmare just listening to all the comments and people complain about it. So I'm so happy. I am so happy that they fixed it for no other reason other than I won't have to hear the comments anymore. And that when I do get one, I'll be like, "Hey man, they fixed it. You should go play your assassin again." And they'll be like, "Oh man, really? They fixed it?" And I'm like, "Yeah, they fixed it. Patch 2.6. You gotta go check it out." And they'll be like, "Oh man, I'm gonna hop back on and I'm gonna play my assassin now." I know, I'm stupid, okay? I'm stupid, and I know I'm stupid, alright? But at least I know that I'm stupid, alright? At least I know. At least I am self-aware. Regarding the fire enchant buff, what happened with the bear sword with a ranged weapon used in melee? As far as I know, when you use a ranged weapon as a bear, it converts it into a melee weapon, so it probably wasn't part of the bug, but I can't, like, speak on whether or not that is actually true. Like, I don't know. I feel like I'm just guessing. Even if I did tell you that I knew, it would just be a guess. It would just be a guess. Well, Death Sentry is definitely something that may be coming back, in terms of, like, you know what I was thinking? I've been thinking about making an assassin for quite some time, right? I was already gonna make one as soon as I heard about the Mosaic Runeword, and let me play around with my skills here real quick. So I just want to play around with my skills, and what we're gonna do is I want to show you kind of what I was thinking could be like a really frickin' sick build now. So 20 points into Dragon Talon for sure, because you want as many kicks as you could possibly get. 20 points into Claws of Thunder. and 20 points into Phoenix Strike. Okay? So this is the core of the build right here, is 20, 40, 60. All right? It's not too bad. 60 points is not too bad. And then what you do is you're obviously going to grab some of these. So no matter what, you're probably going to grab some of these. So we'll go ahead and grab our Venom. Grab our weapon block because we're going to use 2 claws. And then you're probably going to grab like the Shadow Warrior or the Shadow Master. It doesn't matter. Whichever one that you end up getting. And at that point, you can go down here and you can grab your Death Sentry. So we're going to go down here. We're going to grab our Death Sentry. And I'm probably going to dump 20 points into Death Sentry. I don't really care about the lightning damage. It's really just for the corpse explosions. But I could go with the lightning sentry. So if we wanted to go that particular direction, I could dump another like certain number of points in there, or I could just simply do fire blast, so that I have more shots per level. So I got as many shots as I can out of that. And then what you would do is you would utilize things like Griffin's Eye Diadem. Maybe like 2 socketed arcanes with like a lightning facet in it. Just like as much negative lightning resistance as you could manage to put on the character, in whatever shape and form you can slap it in there. And maybe probably a armor with 4 sockets and 4 lightning facets would be better. And then between the griffins and the armor, you would be looking at specifically a lightning build. So you would have your Claws of Thunder, and you would have your Chain Lightning from Phoenix Strike. You would specifically go with the Chain Lightning from Phoenix Strike. And then, of course, you would spam your little Death Sentry trap all over the place. Whenever you got a chance, you'd just be dropping your Death Sentries all the time. Just drop your Death Sentries at every opportunity. You'd sit your Dujinx on here like this. You got your little kick attack. Where's your little kick attack? And you just in here just chaos lightning bolting everything to death. Novas and little things coming out all over the place. And between the two, like if you did it right, if you had your lightning sunder, your negative lightning resistance from your various pieces of equipment, and then you combine that together, of course, with the Death Sentry explosions, I mean, that could be an extremely powerful build, just all on its own right there. I'm not entirely 100% sure, but there's also like a whole fire build in here too, I feel like. Like if you were to do this same thing, like let's just go ahead and reset again, you could very easily go with like a fire damage build, building things that have negative enemy fire resistance. Throw all your points obviously into Fists of Fire, and then also into Phoenix Strike, which would allow you to utilize the meteor, which I think is the most important thing here. So like a really high level meteor that you can spam on the targets like 1,000 million times. So you just have like trillions of meteors coming down, just exploding on the target. And then while you have your meteors exploding on the target, I don't know, you could just like grab like 40 points in that, and then you'd have like Wake of Fire, or I don't know, like Wake of Inferno, or whatever it is that you're running like alongside. I mean, I don't know, like you're sitting there kicking everything. What does it even really matter? They're just traps. You just drop them on the ground and move on with your day. Punch, punch, punch. And of course, this is with like none of the proper equipment, so none of these skills actually have the damage that they're actually going to have. Trap, 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 kick, 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 trap, 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 kick, 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 trap, 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 kick, 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 trap, 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 kick, kick, kick. Yes, literally. Trap, 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 kick, kick, kick. Baby, burr, burr, baby. And Jank is still processing that video. Boom, 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 boom. Let's see here. Which one is this one? Extremely cheaply. I'm gonna lag you guys up. I'm gonna upload some Doojangs here real quick. I need to get these videos uploaded as soon as possible. I love you guys. I love you guys to death, but I need to upload these videos. I've already looked over these patch notes like 3 times, and I swear I just want to look over them again. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Hmm. 100 characters per season. I mean, yeah, I usually do make tons and tons of characters. What's wrong with making characters, Charles? God, are you a characterist? You're a characterist. That's what you are. A characterist. I expected better from you, Charles. I expected better. Your mother's soul. Your father's soul. Your granddaddy's soul. I always gotta lick everything. I make a character for each video. He said, hello, my name is Dog. I like to lick things. Do you have something for me to lick? I have a tongue and it needs to lick stuff. Give me a lick and everything. Why you don't let me lick everything you own? I want to lick everything, include your phone. Lick it. Lick it good. I must lick it. The other day, I was literally in here, and I kid you not, he literally was just licking the floor. Like, I was wondering what he was doing. Because he was licking something over there for like, what was like 30 minutes straight. Like, I'm not even joking. It was like 30 minutes straight of licking. And so, of course, I became mildly interested in what the hell was going on and what was so delicious that he had to lick it for 30 minutes. You know what it was? You know what he was licking for 30 minutes? The floor. That's what he was licking for 30 minutes. He was licking the floor. There wasn't even anything on the floor. I mean, maybe there was in the beginning when he started licking, but there certainly wasn't anything left after 30 minutes. And he didn't stop licking, by the way. I had to physically stop him from licking the floor. Like, I had to actually get up and actually physically stop him from licking the floor and be like, why are you licking this, you silly dog? And then, like, I guess I snapped him out of his licking the floor trance, and he finally was like, oh, maybe I shouldn't be licking the floor. Now he's licking the stand for my light. You're gonna make it rusty. Stop licking everything. You want a chip? Come here, I'll give you a chip. Something with some flavors. Something with some flavum crystals. Get them flavum crystals in there. Here's some more. Here's some more flavum crystals there. Take your flavum crystals. Here. Five out of 10, not more delicious than the floor. Four out of 10. Floor much more better. Would rather lick floor. Would rather lick floor. Alright, let's explore this real quick, and let's see how much of a nerf this is to the sorceresses, shall we? So let's take a general cold sorceress build, and let's get an idea of how much negative resistance that cold sorceress would still have once everything is said and done. Fit screen. Alright, so, assuming she has maxed out Cold Mastery, so let's assume she has 240% Cold Mastery, minus 80%, she is now going to be looking at 48% reduction from a monster. Alright, so assuming, of course, that we're dealing with a immune monster who is at set to 95% resistance, because of course the monster, you have a Sunder Charm, right? This is the whole thing. You are going to subtract that 48% from the monster, which is going to bring him down to 47% cold resistance, which is perfectly killable, by the way. That is perfectly within the realm of killability. It's not going to be super duper fast, but it will be killable. Then we have to add in other sources of negative resistance. So how many other sources of negative resistance can we come across that will help us on our journey? So if she's wearing a Night Wings, which is a pretty common cold sorceress item, she's going to have negative 5% from a facet on the Night Wings, which is going to bring us down to 42. If she has an Ashudas, and she has a cold facet in the Ashudas, that is going to bring us down, or not Ashudas, Death's Fathom. Sorry, Death's Fathom, not Ashudas. So she's got another 5% in the Death's Fathom, which is going to bring it down to 37%. She could theoretically be using an armor that allows her another facet, but that's not common, actually, for sorceresses. But let's go ahead and factor in one more facet from a armor source. So let's just add negative another 5%. So 32. So a monster that is immune to cold for a sorceress that is fully kitted out with facets and has a decent amount of, negative resistance from, or her cold mastery is looking at 32% from the just that. And then we can also add in things like, let's say if her mercenary was using Plague. So Plague has the, what is it, the level 9 cleansing? No, it's level... I'm sorry, not cleansing. Lower resistance. Has level 12 lower resistance on it. So let's factor lower resistance first. So lower resistance would be negative 57%, but then it would be penalized. So we would be looking at, what is that, 57 minus 80%. So 11.4. So 32 minus 11.4. So with Plague, it would be 20% cold resistance at that point, which is not particularly impressive, but that does bring it down well within the killable area. And then Conviction, which I believe Infinity's Conviction is level 12, right? So level 12 Conviction, which is It's 85%. So 85% minus 80% is 17. Yeah, 17. So we're looking at 32 minus 17. So 15. So 15% cold resistance in that scenario. I mean, it's not going to be as fast as it was before, because before you could bring down a monster to negative 100% with relative ease, but it will be within the realm of killability. When you come across a cold immune monster and you have the Sunder Charm and you're equipped with a decent amount of negative resistance and you have 20 points in your cold mastery ability, you will still be able to kill those monsters, and it will go quickly enough that it won't be like excruciating. In my experience with my freezing arrow Amazon, I found that negative 35% was enough. Like, that was enough to make cold immune monsters killable. It wasn't enough to make them killable quickly, but it was enough to make them killable, you know, just in general. And right now, I've got this monster down to 15%. So you take 95 minus 15. We're looking at reducing that monster's resistance by negative 80%, utilizing equipment pieces, infinity, stuff like that. So the cold sorceress is nerfed, yes, but she's not like out of the running. She can still achieve her goal. The problem is that she's not going to be anywhere near as effective as she was in the previous patch, with the negative 100% enemy cold resistance that she was able to achieve with relative ease. I think this very well could change a lot of people's minds on starting Cold Sorceress. Now, granted, I said that negative 35% was enough to make cold immune monsters killable, right? Well, if you put 20 points into Cold Mastery, you still end up with negative 48% to cold resistance with your plus to skill equipment and all that. So even with no facets, and even with no infinity, and even with no plague sword, you still technically have enough negative resistance with maxed out cold mastery to kill most cold immune targets utilizing the Sunder Charm. Another thing that they had talked about here, and I think this is something that we really need to go over. Where is that? Boom. We're also introducing changes to the availability of Sunder Charms. I'm not really quite sure what they meant by that. I think that might have been... I think that might be a hint about the drop rate of the Sunder Charms going down, so they're going to be more rare. They might be more rare. I think we're going to have to play that by ear. I don't know how they could make them more common, Cydrus. They're literally so common right now that people are throwing them away because they have so many of them. And if it's not like a perfect one, most of the time people don't even hang on to them. If they made them more common than they were right now, they would literally just be like freaking stamina potions or something. Or like scrolls of town portal in terms of like their See, good lord, that would just be absolutely silly, making them any more common than they currently are. Got frickin' Little Joe's Auto over here like, I'd give them away, but my wife will let me, so come on down and I'll just hand them to you for free. I literally did an episode. I'm not even joking. I did an episode where literally I was like, all Sunder Charms must go. And I literally tried to give away all the Sunder Charms for the cheapest value that I possibly could. People were literally trading me P-Gems for Sunder Charms. And I was just handing them out whatever anybody would offer. Like, if you wanted to offer me 10 P-Gems, I literally gave it to you. You wanted to give me a co-rune, I gave it to you. Like, whatever it was that you wanted to give me, I gave it to you for whatever it was you had to offer. And literally, I still couldn't get rid of all of them. I still couldn't get rid of them all. I mean, everybody that's in non-ladder, I mean, you guys can rejoice. You have access to the Sunder Charms now. So, I mean, that's you also have access to all the old rune words. You've got access to all that stuff. I mean, I feel like I should probably make a video on that too. Like, a lot of people who don't play ladder for some reason, they get really excited about this. I don't know why you guys don't play ladder. It's probably the most fun part of Diablo. But, it's not like your characters get deleted or anything. Your characters literally just go to non-ladder, which is exactly where you're playing anyway. So like your character goes to join your other characters. They give each other high fives. They give each other high fives. Yeah. Let me go down to this section right here. I'm sick and dying, okay? Is midnight the start of the season? 8 o'clock EST, 5 p.m. PST. Humble Fryer. It's written right up here. Bum 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 bum. Oh, when the night is young. Alright, I think this is pretty much it. Let's just do this video real quick. And hello guys and gals, and welcome. So we got 2.6 patch notes, and there was something specific in here that I wanted to go over for you guys and gals who love to play offline and non-ladder. So the 7 rune words and a handful of Heraldric Cube recipes that were added in Ladder Season 1 can now be used in non-ladder online game modes. So the rune words Flickering Flame, Mist, Obsession, Pattern, Plague, Unbending Will, and Wisdom can now all be used in non-ladder and offline game modes, as well as the Heraldric Cube recipes that allowed you to upgrade set weapons, set armors, and so forth and so on. Those can also be used in non-ladder now. That was something that they had restricted from us in the previous patch, but now that they're coming out with the new 2.6, they don't care anymore, and they're opening all that stuff up to the non-ladder players. On top of this, they're also going to be adding in the Sunder Charms that will now be able to drop in the non-ladder modes, and also offline mode, because they have stated right here that terror zones are now available in offline games. Offline terror zones will now operate on a different schedule from their counterpart, but function the same otherwise. So now you can obtain Sunder Charms in offline game modes. And you can also participate in the tear zones in offline game mode. So, very, very cool. So, for those of you who have been languishing in lament that you play in non-ladder or offline, and you don't have access to some of the cool new features that they have come out with, well, then now you do legitimately have access to those features in 2.6. If you're wondering when 2.6 will be dropping, 2.6 is actually scheduled to drop on the 15th, which is actually before the ladder reset. So the ladder reset is actually going to be on the 16th, but they have scheduled the update. It's in here somewhere. For February 10th, February 15th at 10 a.m. PST, which is 1 p.m. EST. So you will have access to all of those rune words and everything on the 15th at 1 p.m. EST, so keep that in mind. This is also going to include all the bug fixes and everything that has gone on in this patch, so if you want to check out, I do have some patch videos going over all of the changes. I will also have mock versions of all of these rune words for you guys that are in offline mode. For those of you who are in non-ladder mode, I'm sorry, I can't hack you in rune words. But the offline characters, you guys can use my mock versions. I'll try and get mock versions made up of the new changes as soon as possible. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when it's just a quick update for those of you who are playing non-ladder. And as always, keep watching. Let's hop into Discord and let's see if anybody's in here yanking. Oh Lord, look at all these videos I need to edit. We do it live. What the hell's going on with this stupid video? It won't post. 99% of video processed. Almost done. 99%. 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 99, 99, 99, 99, 99, 99, 99, 99, 99. My stupid patch notes video will not post. It's just being a complete and utter douche. A complete and utter douche. Please douche. Just a complete douche. I'm gonna post as many of these videos as I can here. Hustle. Mosaic. Cure. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum. Oh yeah, I did have over 400 viewers. Everybody's interested in the patch notes. Most definitely. Alright, so this is the hustle video for sure. As far as I'm concerned, they could remove teleport from the game and I wouldn't cry. I wouldn't shed a single tear. I wouldn't shed a single tear. Oh no, I wouldn't even cry if they took teleport all the way away. Oh no, I wouldn't care. They could delete the skill from the game and I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't even shed a tear. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't cry. I wouldn't sigh. I'd just sally forth. Sally forth.
Hello.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Sally forth. Ooh, woo, woo, woo. Sally forth. A boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Sorry, I'm over here editing up stuff. Trying to get all these doojangs in here. I'm starting as an assassin. I'm gonna be rocking them mosaics. That's what I'm gonna be rocking. Mosaics. Sanctuary paladin. I can't figure out how to make a sanctuary paladin work. I have a feeling it could potentially work, but I don't know how. Video's freaking stuck. Pisses me off when they do this bullshit. Apparently it's stuck scanning the like low quality version. I don't even know what the hell's wrong with it. Like the HD version has been completed for quite some time, but it won't post the video because the low quality version of the video is not ready apparently, which has got to be one of the stupidest things I've ever heard of in my life. You know, we can't post your video because the 480p version of your video, the 240p version of your video isn't ready. The 720p version is ready, but we're not going to post it because the 420p version is not up yet. Start kicking people in the gonads. See how that works out. The rainfall is probably in the game. Gonad Kicker is your new name. He gonna be the Gonad Kicker. The kicker of gonads. And now there seems to be too much options. Who doesn't kick gonads? You gotta kick gonads. That's important. You gotta do the gonad kicking. I'll Rochambeau you for it. How about that? Who doesn't want a little Rochambeau you for it? They nerfed your build with Shockwave? Oh no. They nerfed your Shockwave build. Oh, it's so sad. I'm stupid, okay? Don't judge me. Don't judge me, I'm stupid. Sorry, I'm just struggling to put these videos out. Alright, there's the hustle video. Bam, done. Got the hustle video out. Let's move on to the Mosaic video. The Mosaic Runeword honestly has got like crazy changes in my opinion. I mean, the ability to potentially spam the same effect over and over and over again like that is kind of crazy. Like it's I don't really know what to say about it other than just like I need to play around with it. I need to test it. I need to get my hands on it and just, just rub my hands on it. Blah, 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 blah. I'm kind of curious how the hell they took the cold damage off of the Mosaic item. Of course I tested the PTR. I did a full freaking bevy of tests for the public test realm. You kidding me? I did more tests in the public test realm on that first day that literally probably nobody did as much as me. I'm in competition. I had lots of fun on the first day with the public test realm. Let's see here. That's what I'm trying to say though is they can't take the cold damage off. There's a Thull rune in there. The Thull rune literally adds the cold damage. I mean, it was an obvious bug. I'm hoping that they fixed it, Mr. Smite. If they didn't, that would be really silly. It would be really silly. Very, very silly indeed. All right. Sorry, I'm trying to get these videos out so that we can get as much information on these things as we can. That one looks good. This is like the patch of the assassin, I'm telling you. Hmm. Yes, Mosaic video is now also posted. I'm trying to get these up as fast as I can. That's why I'm not talking. I'm just trying to get these videos posted. All the ones that we created just a little while ago. Patch notes cliff notes version is going to be posted here in just a second. All right, there we go. Cliff Notes patch version is now up.
Runeword has dodge, not
The 11-minute patch notes version. Let's see here. My other video has still not finished processing. It's pissing me off. I think I might have to re-upload it. There's really nothing I can do because it's currently stuck and it won't post, which means I'm gonna have to take the time to re-upload it and try it again. I have no clue why it won't post either. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It's just sitting there, just being a bump on the log. So I guess what we're gonna do is we're gonna kill it and re-upload it. All right. And I'm just going to delete this one. Since it's not working anyway. Mosaic should be Malvexethal. Malgulthal is pretty darn cheap. The last rune is actually an Am rune, not a Thul rune. Well, I didn't update that on the page. Let me reload the page. Oh, reloading the page. Changed it. Interesting. Okay, well, I'll change that on my dojank here. Hmm. I always forget that they make changes to the patch notes afterwards, and that sometimes if I keep the original page open, it doesn't show me the correct stuff. They made that change after I pulled up the patch notes, so see if there's anything else they changed in here. There's actually something else going on right now that I want to check out, but I don't know if you guys are interested. I got a Nintendo Direct that apparently launched today as well. Hmm. All right. I like looking at the Nintendo Direct, but every single time I look at the Nintendo Direct, it's literally just copyright hell because all of the songs and everything on there are just freaking copyrighted out the wing wing. So like I can't watch the Nintendo Directs without getting like super copyright limited. Pisses me off. There's really nothing I can do about it, but pisses me off. Alright, let's see here. There's only one video I didn't post yet, and that's the cure video. Wasn't too super ridiculously like in a rush with that one anyway, but since we've got nothing else to do right this second, let's just go ahead and put that one up too. Yes, you can charge up all the charge up skills at the same time, Snoopy. You can have Phoenix Strike, Claws of Thunder, Claws of uh, Fists of Fire, and Blades of Ice all at the same time. And you can literally unleash them all at the same time. And that's going to be the fun of it. The fun. The fun. It's going to be so fun, my friends. Yes. explain the negative resistance on traps new thing? I can't, honestly. I don't know how they pulled it off. I really don't. I'm not really entirely sure how they managed to make something like that work. Um, in fact, it's a little worrying because I'm not exactly sure whether or not they're going to be able to pull it off. I don't know. I feel like that's something that they really should have let us tested. But I mean, if what they're saying is true, it just works like regular negative resistance on your character. Somehow they've managed to link together the traps to the assassin so that the assassin and the traps are essentially the same thing. So negative enemy resistance applies to the traps as well as yourself. Crescent Moon is going to be a very powerful assassin, early assassin item. That negative 35% on Crescent Moon is insane. So you're going to see a lot of assassins running Crescent Moon. And even something as simple as Flickering Flame for the fire assassins and whatnot. Like, you definitely will see assassins sporting some pretty crazy equipment now. I mean, like if you threw a Crescent Moon and a Griffin's Eye Diadem on a Lightning Assassin, you'd have negative 35% from the sword, and then the you'd also have the very nice negative 25% if you got a facet in there, or whatever it is on the Griffin's Eye. I mean, that's already like a lot of negative enemy lightning resistance. It's already a lot. Very quickly post this real quick. I do feel a little disappointed in this patch, and that is that, well, again, there was no big feature, no big, no big thing that they popped out. Um, it's a little disheartening that they didn't come out with any kind of like big thing. Like, I don't know, like last season it was Sunder Charms. And yeah, I mean I get the rune words, but the rune words focus very specifically on certain characters, and like, I don't know. It's a little, the rune words are a little less like universally accepted. You know, like what I mean is something universal that everybody would like, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So like, you know, like in the case of the terror zones, everybody had access to the terror zone. Everybody is, you know, playing in the terror zones. So it's not so much of a like single-minded kind of a thing. It's a group thing, right? Um, I don't know. They didn't really have anything like that, and I feel like that just kind of like affects everybody equally. And I think because of that, it's going to be a little strange. You'll see a lot more people like gravitating towards certain builds. People who didn't like playing certain builds, well, I guess they just won't care. Like those sorceress mains. Sorceress mains didn't really get a whole lot, and they even got nerfed. Alright, with this, I believe all the videos that I made earlier are now up. Just spamming the field with videos. Spamming. Spam. That's right, level 2 on the barbarian, you guys. That's right, you barbarians get level 2. You barbarians get to level 2. Alright, I've been streaming for a while on this. Need to take a quick restroom break and we'll be right back. You guys enjoy some Diablo music while I'm gone. And I'll think about what we want to do next. we say Dobrunsky did the 50% clause? Blew your speakerphone? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. My apologies. Yeah, I mean, I told you guys I was playing the Diablo music. I told you guys in advance. And it's gone. Gone like a freight train, gone like yesterday, gone like a soldier in the Civil War, bang, bang. Ah, dang it. I left the door open and the dog is out there tearing up. The dog. Why the dog? What are you doing? Hey. Sorry, I had to actually go physically get the dog. I don't know what he was doing, but he was tearing up and tearing up. It's not allowed. Not allowed to tear up. Man, I want to test out the 100%. I don't know how they tested out the 100%. They must have edited the item. Kind of curious how they did that. Unless they got the hero editor to work. Because that is something I would like to test, for sure. I tried to do it back when it first came out, and I couldn't get it to work. Chapwreck, you're being really dramatic. Didn't make anything worse for melee. Can't make something objectively worse by adding something. Because it can always be just the same. You can always play the game without it, which means it can't technically actually be worse. Boom, 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 boom. Game contains reserved or profane words. Please try another game name. The ham biscuit? I've actually heard of a couple people tell me that this has happened to them. And literally, no matter what game you join, like, you can't even create a game from the play button. It immediately assumes that you have some sort of profane name in your game. It's the first time it's actually happened to me. Maybe it kept trying to write boobies. It was probably just trying to write boobies over and over again. That's what it was. I don't play. The idea that I don't play Diablo 2 Resurrected enough is that is just that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. No, upgrading a helmet does not change the statistics on the helmet, Dark Hado. Only upgrades the quality of the helmet, that's it. It doesn't even upgrade the defense, technically. It's just changing the quality of the helmet from one helmet to another helmet. So when you upgrade a helmet, you're not technically upgrading it. You're just simply moving that helmet to a different quality type. I want to play my North Star Paladin. It's been a little while since I've played him. I don't know what equipment he's missing, but I figure I can just grab a bunch of equipment and throw it over there and see what I can do. Who's allergic to math? Why are we doing math? Math is hard. You people and your maths. You people and your math.
Greetings. Yes? know.
No, they did not do anything for the Necromancer at all. The Necromancer was left in the dark. I mean, the Necro really didn't need anything.
I am overburdened.
Like a flower. No, this is not PTR. An IO rune. Yep. Lightning Trapsin is gonna be coming back, that's for sure. gonna be a lot of lightning trap sends this season. Oh, there's gonna be a lot of assassins this season. Wah, 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 wah.
Not even death can save you from me.
There definitely are some fun things to check out, Nick. Definitely. Bye-bye. I do not have time for you pathetic skeletons. Your pathetic skeletons mean nothing to me. Wee. A non-existent level has become affected by the terror zone. Mirror. Mirror. Levio move. I'm trying to think how the hell I can test the 100% on the Mosaic stuff, but I just don't know. I tried editing the files. That didn't work. Hero Editor doesn't work on Diablo 2 Resurrected. So I'm not really quite sure how they managed to edit the file so that it had 100% instead of 50. All I have are the PTR versions. how can I edit the PTR versions? That's probably how they did it, was they edited the PTR versions. But how did they edit the PTR versions? I already just released a video on Burst of Speed today, JPrek. It's literally, was at 12 o'clock today. I literally talk about the difference between skill IAS versus regular IAS. Skill IAS is far superior. Sitting here thinking about this frickin' hustle Runeword, the armor, not the weapon. The weapon is, I mean, it's still pretty good. It's not as good as it was before, obviously, but it's still pretty damn good. The armor though is just like, I don't even I don't even know. That +6 evade has such interesting connotations. Makes for such an interesting defensive choice, and stacked with other forms of defensive mechanics, like stacked with block chance, stacked with, you know, like weapon block and things like that, that also potentially have, you know, some pretty interesting uses in those same categories. I mean, that +6 evade could be pretty crazy. That's right, Leviosa. Kingarium Emendo? What the hell is that? I would assume it would apply to mercs, yes.
Not enough mana.
Where has all my mana gone? My mana gone. My mana gone. We... Ow. Y'all are rude. +1 max with 20 attack rating. Yes, Ingorgio Subcounter. Yes, evade on a PvP sin actually might be pretty busted. So I was saying, it has a lot of PvP connotations. Those PvP connotations are kind of busted. Punk. Now, a charge I don't know about. I don't know if charge is technically considered movement or not. Charge might be affected, I don't know. I mean, if I look up, can you still block while charging? Can you still block while charging D2? Da, da, da. While charging, blocking is reduced to 1/3, 25%, but the attackers will still require a hit check, so they do not always hit, as they would be when the case with running. So I think charge is considered movement, and it does indeed change your stats. So I think, yes, evade looks like evade can potentially work with charge. One little smirk. Harry Plotter. That's pretty good. I didn't even see it. That's pretty. Oh, man. Bunch of junk, 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 bunch of junk, 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 bunch of junk, bunch of junk, bunch of junk, junk, junk. How do you explain the feet moving? If that's true, how do you explain his feet moving then, Charles? How do you explain that his feet are moving? Perhaps by your logic, the character is moving the entire world with his feet. That's how things are actually happening. That he's actually moving the entire world with his feet, and he's apparently so strong that he just moves the world with his feet. Which, in that case, you know, why couldn't I just go anywhere that I want to? You know, I could just jump off this little cliff right here. And it wouldn't technically be jumping, because I'm just moving the whole planet like this. And I can stop it on a dime. Where are all you Sork lovers now? I don't know. Probably weeping in the corner, because they can't do their cold Sork BS anymore. I don't think there's any way I can test out these claws. I really would like to test out 100% Mosaic claws. Looks like somebody might have them on D2R Rune Wizard. Trying to see if anyone has it already created or made or anything. And I'm finding a whole lot of nothing. Merc with Hustle. As far as I understand it, it's a when equipped, it gives you an aura, Samael, which they cannot be added with plus to skills. So if it gives you level 1 Fanaticism aura, that's all that it gives you. It doesn't give you anything else, and you can't enhance it with plus to skills. So that's the end of it right there. It's just, that's what you get. Beepus. We Beepusin. What's up, Beepus? So many maggots everywhere. So many maggots. They're in my hair. God. Yeah, speaking of Dragon Ball, have you guys seen the new Dragon Ball movie? I was actually pretty surprised that they pretty much entirely left Goku and Vegeta out of it. They basically made a new Dragon Ball movie called Dragon Ball Superhero. Dragon Ball Superhero. It's a pretty cool movie. I watched it a while ago, but it's Polar Rune. I like Polar Runes. It's based around like the sub characters, not actually the main characters. Like Goku and Vegeta don't actually play big roles in the movie at all. It's actually mainly based around Piccolo, which it's a pretty good movie, to be honest with you, because like Piccolo is the main character as far as I'm concerned. And not only is Piccolo the main character, but obviously along with Piccolo comes Gohan. So Piccolo and Gohan are really kind of like the stars of the show. And In fact, for the whole first part of the movie, it's literally just Piccolo. Like, for the most part, it's just Piccolo. You get to see a lot of Pan. Pan is in the movie quite a bit. The daughter of Gohan and Videl. Yes. Which, by the way, Piccolo is really unimaginative. And when he was asked what his new form was, he literally just said, "Just call me Orange Piccolo." He's so stupid. It's a brand new form, and he just says, "Yeah, just call me Orange Piccolo." And then Krillin, okay, and this is what makes me laugh. So Krillin's been around, okay? He's an old member of the team, right? For those of you who have spent some time watching some Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Super, etc., you know Krillin's been around, okay? He was there from the very beginning. And during the Tenkaichi Budokai, can't even remember the name, how you pronounce it, the Tenkaichi Budokai tournament or whatever, you know, Piccolo was in there as the evil god of whatever. I can't remember what they called him in the first movie or the first game. Anyway, for first TV show, and there's a lot of stuff. So anyway, he actually gets really big during the tournament. Like it's a thing that he does. Apparently, Piccolo has the ability to enlarge his body size, so he can basically become like the size of one of the great apes. It's something that he's always been able to do since the very beginning, but for some reason or another, he just like completely forgot that he could do it. And so they're in the middle of the fight, and they're fighting Ultimate Cell or whatever, and he gets really big, right? And he's like way too big to fight. Like he's literally the size of like of a great ape. And Krillin turns to Piccolo and goes, "Can't you get big too? You did it during the, Kentachi Budokai tournament." And he's like, "Remember?" And he literally like plays a clip of him like making himself super huge during the tournament. And Piccolo's like, "Oh yeah, that's right. I can make myself larger. I totally forgot." And then just literally makes himself super big. I swear sometimes they just forget about certain powers in Dragon Ball. Like it's always been a silly thing with Dragon Ball. Like they'll just completely forget that a power exists. They're just like, yeah, yeah, we don't, yeah, I know that technically, I could do that, but I don't want to use that power anymore. I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it. Don't make me. I don't want it.
What do you need?
Now, it was kind of cool for him to be reminded about one of his powers from the past and then him just all of a sudden start using it. I like the character that they introduced in the movie. They introduced Dr. Gero's son, who was not evil like his father, and who was actually like into superheroes. He really liked superheroes, and so he ended up making the Gammas, which are literally superheroes. And then So those characters are actually pretty cool. I see a porn bot spamming up there, but not a porn bot spamming down here. Did they already get banned or something? I don't even see him on the list. I can't believe your dog soul is winning with 52%. Makes me a little upset. Why you guys be sacrificing dog souls? Out of all the souls y'all be sacrificing, y'all just gonna be sacrificing your dog soul like that? 52% of you just straight up just be like, yep, my dog soul, I don't care. Take my dog soul. Take it. Take it. Your mother's soul now. Your father's soul now. Your dog's soul. Sure, go ahead. You know, why not? Tell people you can have my cat's soul. How about that? I don't believe cats have souls. They're evil. Krillin? Krillin is not trash. Krillin is literally the strongest human on the planet. Krillin is without a doubt the strongest human on the planet. You call Krillin trash, you might as well just be calling the entire human race trash. Because there's literally no one on the entire planet that's stronger than Krillin that is a pure blood human. Oob is not a pure blood human. Oob is the reincarnation of Boo. Evil Boo. Evil Boo killed one of the gods and took his god power. The god power that he stole came with him when he reincarnated. He's literally a god. He doesn't have amazing powers because he's a human. He has amazing powers because he stole powers from a god. If you take away those god powers, Oob is probably weaker than any of the fighters, including Yamcha. Yamcha is also very powerful as well. A lot of people make fun of my boy Yamcha, but he is the second strongest human. Well, let's say third strongest human on the planet. He's still gonna kick every single one of you guys' butts. Every single one of you. Y'all be making fun of him, but unless you're literally a Super Saiyan or an alien god of some kind, he is gonna kick your butt. And he's going to make you cry. I wouldn't mess with Krillin just because his wife would beat me up. Krillin may be the most powerful human on the planet, but he's also married to an android that literally is strong enough to rip your arms out of your freaking arm sockets without even trying. Yeah, Roshi's pretty strong in Super. It had to do with his that limit break thing that happened to him. That girl had those special talismans or whatever, and she basically unlocked Roshi's 100% potential, which is like kind of like the hidden underneath of how strong somebody really is, like something that they can't quite reach themselves. And apparently, in his 100% form, Roshi is quite formidable. But I don't know if Roshi can actually reach that level of power by himself, which is an issue. She was wished to be, it's kind of complicated, Christopher. She's still technically the android that we all know. She's just, because he couldn't remove the parts of her that made her an android. Like, I can't remember the exact specifics of the wish, but yes, the wish was granted to make her into something that resembles more of humanity. But the dragon also specifically stated that he couldn't basically turn her 100% into a human, that it was impossible, that she had inside her like parts and pieces that made her into an android that couldn't be taken away. Which is why she's maintained her powers throughout. It's found an amulet. The Rising Sun.
Impossible.
Tien would not mop Krillin. Krillin is stronger than Tien. But even if you wanted to argue that Tien is stronger than Krillin, Tien is also an alien. That was settled a long time ago. Apparently, Tien's race of aliens apparently came to the planet a long time ago and settled on Earth, and that's why he has a third eye, because he's not a human. Too much Fist of the Heavens action going on there.
Yes.
A lot of people beat Goku back before Goku got his power-ups. I mean, Goku wasn't always a Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken Ultra Instinct person. I mean, there was a time when Yamcha was more powerful than Goku. We're gonna go there? Yamcha beat Goku several times. Back before he frickin' back before he learned anything. Back before he started training with frickin' Roshi. I bet you Yamcha would still, honestly, because he's powerful enough now, Yamcha, that I would literally put him up against, like, most characters in even, like, DC Comics, and he'd probably still whip their butts. Yamcha's powerful enough that, honestly, I think he could probably take most comic book heroes. Sacred armor. IK armor. Don't find those very often, I guess. Let me go throw that in the stash. The most powerful human is Vegeta's wife. No, Vegeta's wife is Bulma, and Bulma does not have any powers of her own. gotta have obstacles for your protagonist to overcome. I mean, it's really all it is, isn't it? Like, they just kept overcoming more and more obstacles, and the gap between them started widening, and eventually it got to the point where the characters were so far apart from each other in power level that, I don't know. Oh, did I ever tell you guys my theory on why Goku disappears when Chi-Chi's pregnant? Alright. Hear me out, boys. Hear me out, okay? Let's go. Let's... Oh, God. The frickin' Bale. The frickin' Bale screams. Just stop screaming, Bale. Alright, hear me out. This is the reason why Goku constantly disappears every time Chi-Chi's pregnant. Okay? So, it's been proven in the show that the reason why they're able to go Super Saiyan is because they have what's called S cells, right? The S cells is the reason why they can turn Super Saiyan. During pregnancy, Chi-Chi has a Super Saiyan inside of her who is in possession of S cells, all right? Those S cells can travel along the umbilical cord to Chi-Chi, which means that during the time when she's pregnant with a Super Saiyan child, Chi-Chi, who has the martial training to go into Super Saiyan, could potentially unleash Super Saiyan mode during pregnancy, which means that Chi-Chi could very well beat the ever-loving crap out of Goku, but only while she's pregnant with one of his childs. This means that literally Chi-Chi probably goes absolutely nutso insane power level wise, but only when she's actually pregnant with a baby that has the Super Saiyan cells. And this also explains why Goku keeps disappearing every single time Chi-Chi's pregnant. It's funny because Yamcha actually goes into tournaments sometimes because he's literally so strong that he can win any tournament. And the only people that literally would beat him in a tournament are the Z fighters, the other Z fighters. And there was actually a tournament he entered, and he's like, this is easy money. He goes, I'm gonna walk out of here with the grand prize. And then he freaking looked and he saw that Goku had entered, and Vegeta had entered, and literally Piccolo had entered, and Krillin had entered. And he was like, you know what? He's like, I resign. He goes, if you guys are in it, he goes, that's it. Because if you guys are in the tournament, he goes, you guys, I'm not going to be able to beat you guys anyway. He's like, I'm just going to go sit on the sidelines and watch. I wish I wore my DBZ shirt. Not really sure where those are right now. I need to get my laundry done. Yamcha's power level is too high for most of the DC characters. He would absolutely demolish them. He also doesn't have any known weaknesses to take advantage of or to exploit. You know, like a lot of the characters, like Superman has kryptonite, and you know, like Green Lantern has, like, you know, if he loses faith in himself or whatever, like there's like 100 different reasons why specific characters can lose their powers or whatever, like in the DC Comics world. But Yamcha doesn't have any of those weaknesses. He's literally just the most powerful human on the planet, with exception of Krillin and Roshi. So he's literally the number 3 most powerful human, like, on the entire face of the planet. And the skills that they have developed, like key-wise, the key skills that they've developed are absolutely insane. I mean, they have the ability to cloak themselves in a a field which protects them from poisons. Their skin is essentially so strong because of the key that they're bulletproof. He can fly. He can fly literally at Mach speeds. I mean, and that's just freaking Yamcha. Even Yamcha can do those things, and he knows most of the techniques too. He doesn't know all of them like Krillin does, but he knows most of the really good techniques, like the ability to make multiple of himself, like the Destructo Disc. I'm pretty sure Yamcha knows how to do the Destructo Disc. I mean, just in general, like, Yamcha is just one of those freaking ridiculous fighters that is only really outclassed by the fact that he's a human and he doesn't have, like, you know, the S cells like everybody else does. I have a feeling at some point in the show they're just going to come out with a way to, like implant S cells into Krillin and Yamcha and Tien, and they're just going to be running around freaking demolishing things and turning Super Saiyan. I mean, Bulma could build an android, maybe, but she's not going to make herself into a ridiculous android. I also think, unfortunately, Bulma's character is pretty much finished, because the character that voiced Bulma died. Although I don't think Bulma will ever leave the show, I also don't think that Bulma is going to develop any further than she is right now. Now, a character that they may spend some time developing is Gohan's daughter. What the hell is Gohan's daughter name? I can't even remember. Vidal's baby. I have a feeling she's going to be a force to be reckoned with. Yeah, Pan. Pan is going to see some development. I'm pretty sure that's the next arc, is basically just like watching Pan grow up. Hey, a Baronera Star. What do you know? The Baronera Star is a Baronera Star. I love that weapon. It's such a great weapon to find. Works really great on a lot of melees. He doesn't have plenty of weaknesses. He's a freaking human. He's a human fighter that has reflexes faster than just about any DC fighter ever could hope for. His only real weakness is he's an idiot. But let's not forget, there's plenty of characters in the DC universe that are extremely powerful and are also idiots and kick the ever-loving crap out of pretty much everybody. I can think of one right off the top of my head. Bizarro Superman. Bizarro Superman is really freaking strong, and Bizarro Superman is absolutely an idiot, and he still freaking absolutely demolishes most characters. Yeah, I'm just not trash at baseball. He's actually really good. That's where he made all his money. He's a freaking millionaire. Yamcha's rich as crap. Don't you remember the episode where Yamcha literally bought a jet just so he could keep up with the other Z fighters because he hadn't learned how to fly yet? He bought a jet. Let that sink in. A jet. He's not as rich as Bulma, but he's rich enough. What's up, RGV? How's it going, man? I think Yamcha would kick the Hulk's butt. At Yamcha's current power level, he's probably about the same power level as Frieza. When he first fought Goku at Super Saiyan level. I would probably put Yamcha about Frieza's power level during that fight. He could probably beat Frieza during that fight. If Yamcha from today fought Frieza in that arc, he would probably win. Same thing with Krillin. Krillin would kick his ass too. Krillin would actually demolish Frieza in that arc. Time travel doesn't necessarily kill anyone. That's the problem. In the Dragon Ball Z world, they've established the fact that time travel creates alternate dimensions and pearls. So that was established during the God arc, is that changing something in the past doesn't actually change it in the present. So you can go back in time and you can kill Goku, for instance, but it will just simply create an alternate universe where the events of that particular time frame would occur. So you wouldn't have actually killed Goku. Goku would still be alive in that timeline. You would have just created a new timeline where Goku had died. And every single time you go back in time and change something, you're just creating another alternate universe. That's exactly what Trunks proved when he went back in time and gave Goku his heart medicine. Because what he was hoping for was that by going back in time and giving Goku his heart medicine, he would somehow save the Goku of his future. And it didn't work, because they're not in the same timeline. Krillin almost split Frieza in half. He didn't split Frieza in half. That was Trunks that came and cut Frieza in half. However, during the fight, literally this was a long time ago before Krillin became as powerful as he is now, Krillin did almost kill Frieza. Krillin was focusing his ki into one of those Destructo discs, and those Destructo discs were actually capable of killing Frieza. And during the fight, Krillin waited for a particular moment where Frieza was weak, where he wasn't paying attention, and he threw the Destructo disc. And had he landed that hit, Frieza would have died. And that's why Frieza killed him. So what happened was he threw the Destructo Disc at just the right moment, and he ended up cutting off Frieza's tail. And in that moment, even Frieza knew. He knew that if that attack had landed, if that attack had actually hit him square on, that he would have died. And so Frieza lost his temper with Krillin because he realized Krillin was actually a threat. And that's why he killed Krillin right then. And hear me out here, all right? Let's say, for instance, Frieza didn't kill Krillin, okay? Frieza killing Krillin was actually the trigger that caused Goku to go Super Saiyan. However, had Frieza not killed Krillin, Krillin would have continued to throw Destructo Discs at Frieza until eventually he would have killed him. So one way or another, as long as Goku was willing to hold out, and as long as Frieza wasn't actually taking out the threat of Krillin, Krillin would have eventually killed Frieza, 100%. And the proof of that is literally just in Frieza killing Krillin. Frieza admitted, basically, when he killed Krillin, he admitted that Krillin would have killed him if he had landed that hit. He was upset and he was emotional at that particular moment, enough so that he turned around and he ended the threat. The Nintendo Direct was so good. Oh no. I want to watch the Nintendo Direct, but I don't want the sound on. I tell you guys what, we're going to do the Nintendo Direct, but I'm not going to play the sound. Because it just always ends up getting copyrighted. Every single time. It just gets copyright striked. I don't think I've had a single Nintendo Direct the entire time I've been doing Nintendo Directs that has ever not been copyrighted. Alright, so let's exit out of here. I'm going to pull up the Nintendo Direct. I'm going to mute it so you guys can't hear it. I'm going to be able to hear it, but you guys won't be able to hear it. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, watch on YouTube. I'm going to bring this up so that you guys can at least see it. I know you guys won't be able to hear it, but you guys will be able to see it. And I'll talk. I'm probably going to talk through the entire thing, so, like, you know, that way you guys can have something to listen to. Alright, I just need to mute my sound so that you guys can't hear the Nintendo Direct as it plays. Pikmin 4. Pikmin's fun, by the way. If you guys have never played Pikmin, if you guys have never gotten into the Pikmin series, I would recommend it, actually, because Pikmin 1, 2, and 3 are very fun. They're very cool games, in my opinion. Basically, in the Pikmin series, what you do is you represent, you're an alien, essentially. You're kind of like an alien that comes from another planet. Apparently, your planet is like facing starvation because there's not enough food. And you're traveling all over the galaxy trying to find a food source. And you end up on this planet. And it seems to be Earth, from what I can tell. But you're very small. And you try your best to to collect food that you can bring back to your planet and save your people. And in the process, you end up meeting the Pikmin, which are very interesting creatures, and you have to utilize them to help you obtain the food sources, which is pretty cool. And there's all sorts of really cool Pikmin, like there's the red, blue, and yellow Pikmin, and then there's specific Pikmin like the ice Pikmin and whatnot. And honestly, it's just a really cool, fun game, in my opinion. Totally just realized I could have been recording this the entire time. Looks like they've added in some additional mechanics for Pikmin 4. And then there's bosses and stuff in Pikmin 2, which is pretty cool. Just in general, the Pikmin series, I think, is one of the better series in the Nintendo franchise. I had a lot of fun playing through Pikmin 1 and through 1, 2, and 3. A lot of fun. Pikmin 3, which was on the Nintendo Wii U, was actually really cool. They utilized a lot of advanced control mechanics, which worked really well with the Pikmin. Got some sinister music playing here. Not sure what the sinister music is about. So that's coming in July. New Xenoblade Chronicles. Shamba de Amigo. Barbie dress up over here. Barbie dress up. Oh, this is a crossover. Castlevania Dead Cells crossover. Crossover games are pretty cool. And this one does kind of look like a. It does kind of look like Castlevania, I'm not gonna lie. Ron. The hell's with these games so far? Like, Pikmin 4 was a great start, and then, like, so far it's not really been a good, high quality little doojink here. Why is his nose so pink? I don't trust people with super pink noses. Why is your nose all hot pink? What have you been doing to that thing? Are you sick? Usually, the only time I see somebody with a nose that ridiculously pink is when they've been like sick and they've been rubbing it a whole lot, like with the tissue paper and like to the point of oblivion. Hmm. I'm not sure what to think about this game at all. Oh yeah, I heard about this one. This is the Origins game, the Bayonetta Origins game. It's supposed to be like where Bayonetta comes from, like a little bit of a story, like a backstory about her mother, and I think graphics kind of remind me of of the Fox game from Nintendo Switch. What the hell was that game called? Oni. I can't even remember. I mean, it looks like a fun game. I'm not sure I've ever really been into the Bayonetta series that hardcore. What am I looking at? Splatoon 4. Splatoon's pretty fun if you guys have never played Splatoon. It's actually not bad. Oh, Splatoon 3 expansion pass. I kind of like the music. I'm not going to let you guys hear it because I'm pretty sure it's copyrighted, but sure. What's up, Sean? Is that somebody's brain? Side order. Some sort of side quest. I'm sure, like single player campaign, most likely. Boom, 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 boom. Illusion Island. A Disney platformer. Old school platformer at that. Side scroller. Hmm. Metroidvania. So you have like specific upgrades and things that are required to reach certain places like ground pound and double jump and on stuff like that. So it's like a Disney Metroidvania. Very similar to Hollow Knight from what I'm looking at here. Hmm. Fire Emblem Engage. Hmm. Apparently, this game is about determining the future of humanity. Hmm. That one seems kind of interesting. Something about like the ability to control the destiny of basically like all of the human race. You have to like craft your way there. Choose, which god you're gonna like align yourself with, and I don't know. It seems kind of interesting. Octopath Traveler 2. Looks good. Oh man, another demo. Actually, looks kind of fun. The labyrinth beckons. Oh, dungeon crawler. Dungeon crawlers. I do love me some dungeon crawlers. Hey, on my birthday. I like some dungeon crawlers. I do like some dungeon crawlers, and these dungeon crawlers look good. And I think I might have to play those. Advanced Wars is good. If you guys have never played, if you guys have never played the Advanced War series, it's a really good series. Magalore Epilogue, the Interdimensional Traveler. That actually sounds pretty cool. Hmm. It's a Game Boy. We're gonna get some Game Boy games on the freaking shop. I like Game Boy games. Yeah. Beanie doon 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 doon. Boom 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 boom. I remember this when I played that when I was a kid. Now, Link's Awakening was recently re-released, so it's not really that big of a deal. Like if you want to play the re-released version, it's actually probably better anyway. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think that one got remade recently too. Hey, online multiplayer. We can do some online multiplayer Tetris. Oracle of the Seasons, Oracle of the Ages, Pokemon trading card game. Game Boy Advanced? Ah, yes. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Nice. Nice. Ugh, get your finger out of there. Yeah, Mario Kart Super Circuit 8. Oh, that's good. If you've never played Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga, that one's actually really fun. It's kind of like Mario 6 RPG. Super Mario RPG. That one's pretty good. Hey, online multiplayer for Mario Kart. Hell yeah. Mario Kart's great. Metroid Fusion, Fire Emblem, F-Zero. Oh, Golden Sun. They're going to put Golden Sun on there. That's a good one. That's a very good one. What? He's over here playing too. Look at him. Sorry, they got that bomb pixel music in the background. I'm over here dancing to it. Metroid Prime Remastered. What? I love Metroid Prime. I love it. I was doing a whole playthrough of Metroid Prime a while back, and I was playing it on GameCube. And it wasn't exactly the best experience. GameCube's not exactly the best console. So the idea of maybe playing this on PC, or sorry, on Nintendo Switch, is very enticing. The sound is deliberately gone because I don't want any copyright issues from this direct. I do not want them semi-am. I do not want them green eggs and ham. I do not want them in the ban. So you guys don't get to hear any music because it's all copyrighted and Nintendo likes to throw fits. Do I gotta buy it? Or is it included in the dojank? Oh, I know about the lock-on feature. You ain't got to tell me about the lock-on feature. Mm-hmm. Mm. We might have to go play that right now. We might have to go play. World Detective Organization. Hmm. Detecting heartbeats and whispers. Witnessing past crime scenes with post. Hmm. Baten Kaitos. I don't think I ever played Baten Kaitos. Did I miss out on something amazing here? It looks amazing. Looks like an old school Chrono Trigger kind of a game. Looks like Chrono Trigger. That's what it looks like to me. I'm getting Chrono Trigger vibes. Cards. Baten Kaitos. It looks like a. What does it look like? Like Fantasy Life. The girl who steals time. Make new friends. Like what I'm getting from this, what this makes me think is it looks like Animal Crossing, but like more toward an RPG. Like Animal Crossing RPG. That's what it looks like to me. I think they're trying to capitalize on Animal Crossing being so popular by giving people another kind of game to play that's similar to Animal Crossing, but not Animal Crossing. Like it's a fantasy based Animal Crossing. Cody, stop. Your mama is tired when she comes home from work. She doesn't want you jumping all over her. I love me some Mario Kart, so I got the booster pass a while ago, so I'm sure there's some pretty cool new courses in here. New characters too, looks like. I'll sit there all day sometimes just playing Mario Kart. Trying to beat records, trying to get like the specific area done, go online and just play for hours and BS talking to people. Is that Lion King? What the hell? Minecraft Legends. Blanc. Looks like an indie game. Looks cute. Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection. Hey, what's up, beautiful lady? He's super excited to see you. How was your day? What? Okay. That's hot. Hmm. Disney Dreamlight. There's some really good music playing, but you guys can't hear it because copyright reasons. Just want you guys to know, you guys can't hear this tick on beat. Coming down, gonna tickle your feet, 'cause you don't get to hear these beats. One last segment, that's what he said. One last segment. I'm guessing this is their last game that they're announcing us. Got some ominous music playing. I can't quite identify anything yet. Doesn't look familiar. Oh. It's Zelda. Tears of the Kingdom, I guess. Got another Blood Moon. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord Jesus. She got a Jason mask.
Okay, shithead, you can't have a mask. Knock those out for that.
Is that a car? Well, that's Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom is coming this year. Please lend him your power. 5/12/2023. It's before Diablo 3, so, you know, we probably will be playing it on stream. We're probably going to be playing some Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. May 12th. Collector's Edition. Well, that's it. That's all for the Nintendo Direct, my friends. I don't know. It was interesting. All right, guys, I'm going to go get something to eat. I've already been streaming for like 5-6 hours. Maybe we'll pick up some more Hogwarts. I haven't finished Hogwarts yet, so we might play some more Hogwarts. That sounds like fun. Or maybe we'll play some frickin' Metroid. Frickin' Metroid Prime sounds like a lot of fun. Anyway, thanks for watching.